I would say good evening, but it's still afternoon, so good afternoon. I hereby call to order the May 11th, 2026 meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Rechtel. Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Here. For the record, 6 present.
Excellent, thank you. Well, today is a terrific day because our first special order is City Employee Years of Service Awards and proclamation acknowledging Public Service Recognition Week. So I want to welcome all of our city employees who are with us and their families that have been attending the recognition event of employees with 20 or more years of service. We're so glad you are here. And with that, I will turn to Councilmember Lowing and ask him to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Delighted to read this proclamation for this wonderful event of recognizing all the years of service for a number of our employees, and overall, thank you for your service. Whereas Americans are served every day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation working. And across our nation, public employees take not only jobs, but oaths of office. And whereas many public servants risk their lives each day in service to the people of our communities, as well as providing safety inspections and patrols, maintaining our infrastructure, operating our public facilities, and providing the diverse services demanded by the American people with integrity and diligence. And whereas public service provide institutional knowledge and experience and continuity that support the long-term sustainability of our community assets and organizational history. And whereas here in our city, our staff promotes and sustains the superior quality of life in Palo Alto, and in partnership with our community delivers cost-effective services in a personal, responsive, and innovative manner. And whereas over the last year alone, our city staff oversaw the lending of 1.3 million library materials, cleaned and treated 90+ miles of sewer lines, replaced over 55,000 square feet of sidewalk, processed 58 employee personnel transactions, facilitated the participation of over 13,500 individuals in a variety of classes, camps, and programs spanning arts, sciences, recreational activities, and open space, maintained 32 parks and 36,000 trees, provided nearly 4,000 ambulance transports, issued over 4,000 building permits, and completed over 18,500 building inspections, and received over 50,000 calls for police or fire services, and much more, all with professionalism we know and appreciate day in and day out. Now, therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire council, do hereby proclaim that May 3, 2026 to May 9, 2026 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens are encouraged to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city, and especially our very own City of Palo Alto employees. Thank you so much for your ongoing service.
And I want to add my thanks. I mean, this is a city that's reputed for how well it's run and how terrific the services are that our residents have come to expect. And that's because of our employees. And we know that the examples in the proclamation are just a very few of the many things that you all do for us every day. And so I just wanted to thank you before we present the proclamation to the city manager. Are there any other colleagues who would like to say anything at this time? Okay, well then I will happily turn to City Manager Ed Shikata to read the names of the employees.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. On behalf of our staff, let me just thank you for this recognition. This is our once-a-year opportunity to really pay special recognition to the work that all of our public service employees and professionals do throughout the city, every day, every night, all around the clock and around the year. So we were able to have an employee appreciation event last week at Mitchell Park. Wonderful opportunity to get folks out and really appreciate the energy from your staff in both the camaraderie as well as the appreciation for what they do. So that's it. Tonight, we've got a special recognition for employees that have reached particular milestones of 20, 25, 30, and 35 years of service. So I was doing some quick math while I was sitting there, and if I got my math correct, it's a total of over 800 years of service, of experience that are represented by the folks here in the room, as well as the other folks that couldn't be here this evening, but that are otherwise being recognized through their years of service. So what I'm going to do is call the names of each of our employees that are being recognized. The ones that are here, please join me up front, just standing here. And then once we've got everyone called out, then we'll come around and take a photo with the city council. All right, so with first category of 20 years of service from our Administrative Services Department, Cecilia Magana. From Community Services, Bill Gutoff, Brian Haynes, Adam Howard, Andrew Joyce, and Heather Mitchell. From our Planning and Development Services Department, Scott McKay. From the Fire Department, Captain Jesus Zuniga. From the Police Department, again, 20 years, Sergeant Eric Bellato, Lieutenant David Lee, Cody McCarthy. From our Public Works Department with 20 years, Noreen Das and Eduardo Guela. And from our Utilities Department with 20 years of experience, Michael Mintz and Stephen Ritchie. Now with 25 years of service, from our Community Services Department, Miguel Chacon and Mark Ribeiro. From our Fire Department, 25 years of service, Captain Jesse Aguilar, Robin Elner, Assistant Fire Marshal David Villarreal, Battalion Chief Shane Yarborough. From our IT department, Tai Nguyen. From our police department, again with 25 years of service, Brian Furtado II, Agent Mariana Kratt, and Sean Smith. From our public works department with 25 years of service, Furman Mora, Karin North, and Ignacio Paez Rincon. From our utilities department with 25 years of service, Isaac Armenta, Brian Solis, Chris Segur. Now with 30 years of service, Paula Borges Fujimoto. And 2 employees with 35 years of service, Sergeant Alex Afanasiev, Police Department. And from our Public Works Department, James Borkin. All right, those are our employees receiving the recognition for years of service. All right, let's get on up.
Congratulations and thank you. And as the city manager said, please come join us on the dais for a photo. Thank you.
Amazing. Great.
We're going to need a few of you to come back this way and splice in with us. It's like a baseball. It's like a few more come down this way. Yeah, splice in so we're. Anyone wants to hop in? There you go. Means you got to hold the prop. You can do 2 rows. See everybody, we can kind of go sideways a little bit. You guys want to splice in? Now, can you see us all? Okay, all right. Good? All right, thank you. Thank you. 3 p.m., right? 3 p.m.? 3 hours. Okay. All right, terrific. Well, again, thank you all. That was a great way to start our meeting. We will now move on to our second special order of the day, and this is a proclamation recognizing National Police Week, and I will turn to the Vice Mayor for that proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my honor to read this proclamation in honor of National Police Week, May 10th through the 16th, 2026, and National Peace Officers Memorial Day, May 15th, 2026. Whereas the United States Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th, 2026 as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it falls as Police Week. And whereas the members of the Palo Alto Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of its citizens, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the Palo Alto Police Department has grown to be a modern and progressive law enforcement agency with unceasingly provides a vital public service, and whereas the City of Palo Alto asks all citizens to join in honoring the police officers, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to their communities, and in doing so, have established for themselves an enviable and enduring reputation for preserving the rights and security of all citizens. Now, therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 10th through the 16th, 2026 as Police Week, and urge all citizens of Palo Alto to observe Friday, May 15th, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, in honor of those peace officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And with that, I would like to invite Chief Reifschneider to come say a few words. Ma'am, if you would render the thank you.
Good afternoon, Chief James Reifschneider, Palo Alto Police Department. Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Council, I speak to this proclamation with both gratitude and a sense of pride. I'm grateful to this council for recognizing National Police Week and recognizing Peace Officer Memorial Day, for recognizing the important work done by the men and women of the Palo Alto Police Department each and every day, and the sense of duty with which they perform it. And I'm grateful for the service of our own fallen Palo Alto police officers, Lester Cole, Gene Clifton, and Theodore Brzinga. I'm proud to be part of a noble profession and a group of truly dedicated law enforcement professionals right here in Palo Alto, many of whom are in the chamber now. In closing, I would like to invite the members of the council as well as the members of the community to join us for our annual Memorial Grove event, which will occur this Friday at 9 a.m. in Cogswell Plaza, where we will gather to remember Officers Cole, Clifton, and Brzinga. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to all of you here who serve us every day. Do you want to do a photo? Okay, why don't you come up, we'll do a quick photo. All right, but thank you for your service, all of you. All right, well, an even better collection of ways to start our meeting. That's really terrific. I'm going to move next to agenda changes because the agenda change involves the closed session that is agendized next. And Mr. City Manager, if it's all right, if I just, so the closed session that was notified for 4:45 will be placed last on the agenda this evening so that the public, and especially public commenters, do not have to wait while we meet outside of the public view. That will have the added advantage that all else will start approximately 30 minutes earlier, possibly more, depending on public comment and the length of our discussions. So, but I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for coming an hour early tonight. I really do appreciate that. And so that and moving the closed session to the end means that we will start the last action item by 8:25, hopefully, and conclude it before 10 o'clock, that being in the prime time window, as they say in network television. And so that we can get through all of our very full agenda as expeditiously as possible, I will be gently reminding folks, including myself, of our speaking time limits. So, and we may have to nudge staff gently every now and then to keep their answers concise as well. So thank you in advance to everyone. And Mr. City Manager, is there anything else that you'd like to add to that?
There are no other changes.
Okay, excellent. All right, and so with that, we will move on to public comment for matters not on the agenda. I'll turn to the clerk.
We have 5 requests to speak. We had 3 presentations submitted, and the 3 individuals were notified of the earlier start time, so not sure if they were able to make it, but I will call their names. Shawnee K. Moving to our next speaker, Sven T. Moving to our next speaker, Justine B.
Welcome, and we can circle back to those if need be.
Good afternoon, Mayor Vinker and City Council members. For those of you who were not present at the Finance Committee last week, I just want to share a few thoughts and highlights of the informational report that you received from the Office of Transportation. including the Palo Alto TMA's annual report, 3-year strategic plan, and commute survey findings. So our work in 2025 resulted in 482 parking spaces freed up, 2.9 million fewer vehicle miles traveled, and 1,152 tons of greenhouse gases reduced, up from 603 last year. And the next slide shows you from January 2019 until December 2025, something happened in early 2020 that resulted in a 90% drop in the number of transit passes given out, and I think you know what that was. And we've been building back ever since to 482 parking spaces freed up. And the next slide shows a picture of Javier. Javier just took delivery from Silicon Valley Bike Exchange of this lovely bike. The Bike Exchange sets out the best bikes that have been donated to them for our people, the low-wage service sector workers. And Javier was particularly excited to get his because he lives in Sunnyvale, and he does shift work in Palo Alto that starts at 6 a.m. So he, like a heartbreaking number of low-wage service sector workers, take Uber or Lyft to work. Now he wants to get in shape, and he's excited to have this bike so that he can bike to work, since the trains and buses aren't running yet when he needs to already be at work. Next slide is testimonial from Alejandra Mir, who's on our board. She's the HR director for Coupa Cafe, which we all love, our local Coupas to hang out at. And she cites the benefits to her staff of reducing parking stress, lowering commute costs, and improving work-life balance. And the last slide I want to share with you is that we have opportunities for growth. So this year, with the current programs we offer, we're going to be reaching out to assisted living workers, hourly city staff who do not currently get benefits and who cannot take advantage of the Bay Pass, and workers living in 5 cities in particular: San Jose, a lot of people come from San Jose, Redwood City, Fremont, East Palo Alto, and Mountain View. And with the transition from Palo Alto Link, we'll also be serving not only low-wage service sector workers, but low-income residents, seniors, and people with disabilities. Thank you so much for your support.
Our next speaker is Herb B.
The public notice agenda for this meeting was unusual. It's the first one I've seen for any agency subject to the Brown Act, which says, well, this might not be the agenda, we may change it. And since I've been aware of what's been going on this year, the fact that it might be in a different order, I know that, but the other people who wanted to speak on the public comments didn't know that. That's common practice these days. I want to talk to you about first about the building, the Roth building, where the occupant has applied for a conditional use permit. Seems to be changing the use from a history museum to an event center. This is a building that should be dedicated as parkland, but it is not. And the approval on December 12th was for historic purposes. And now I don't know what it's going to be doing. In terms of dedication to parkland, across the street, the Museum of American History was dedicated as parkland with Ordinance 4423 because it had received funds from the county, subject to being park purposes, just as the Roth building has. And the intent of the Roth building to possibly for these events, very large, to use the park for its purposes, displacing the current users of the park, I think is wrong, or for having large events where there's not adequate parking in the neighborhood and where the traffic situation, couldn't be available for, buses bringing in large numbers of people. The second item I want to speak about is the Opportunity Center at 33 Encina. And the public letters, you've received a notice of violation from code enforcement for mold, growth, water intrusion, repairs without required permits, and lack of required inspections for repairs. The complaint, first was done in October, and nothing seemed to be coming of it. And it appears that it was finally issued a notice of violation when the complainant had sent comments to the city council. And so the message came to staff that you have to go and enforce the law. And now there's some letters available for this meeting available online where there's some claims of retaliatory eviction. So this is a concern since abode, which manages the property, is a key link in rental housing in the county, and so is Life Moves, which is there. Thank you. And the community working group, which owns the building.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Our next speaker is Raina Yu.
Before I go to the press, I just wanted to come to you guys and tell you what happened to me. And if I don't finish at this meeting, I'll come back. And the only reason why I'm bringing this to the council, because it happened in Palo Alto. So on the 24th, I was admitted to Stanford. And the head nurse of emergency room came back and told me, less than 45 minutes, we're gonna have to admit you to the hospital in case we have to do emergency surgery. So I was there and everything was going accordingly until one night, somebody was peeking through my curtain. And I asked the nurse, I said, who was that? She didn't say it was a doctor. She didn't say it was a nurse. She said it was another patient. So I got up to proceed to leave. And when I got up to proceed to leave, when I got out the door, not one, not two, but 7 security guards stopped me. They said, you can't go. And I said, what do you mean I can't go? They said, you can't leave. All right, so they surrounded me and they cluttered me and they stopped me. And I said, and then they noticed that the IV was still in my arm because I was going into defense mode. So I said, okay. When he noticed that that IV was in my arm, he told me, you can't leave until we take the IV out. I asked him, can one of you guys walk me downstairs and take this IV out? They said no. So I had to humiliate myself, and I used some choice words. If you want this IV, then you take it out. And I pulled up my shirt and had to bare my bare breasts because there were, and that's the only way that they let me go. That's the only way that they let me go. And so when I went downstairs, I said, but I didn't get my medication. Now, mind you, they said I had congestive heart failure. I didn't get my medication, so I said, okay. I called my niece, I called the police. They told the police that I was crazy, that I was disorientated, that I was, and so when I didn't get my medicine, they said you had to readmit yourself just to get my medication. When I went down to go get my medication, they said, emergency room. I went back into the emergency room and the guy said, I'm so sorry this happened to you, but they should have never gave you that medication. Not only did they misdiagnose me, give me the wrong medication, they held me hostage. And so when I went, my cousin came from Antioch. I called my nephew in Texas, hey, they holding me hostage. I'm not a threat to myself, I'm not a threat to them. When I got, my cousin said, you have to go to another hospital to make sure you're all right. When I got to Sutter Hospital, they said nothing was wrong with my heart. They said I had broken ribs and a cyst on my kidney. So I just want you guys to be aware of the story because I don't want this to happen to you, man. I don't want this to happen to no woman. They made me lose my dignity. And before I go to the press with this story, I decided to come tell you guys.
Our next speaker is Shawnee Kay.
Good evening. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance, and I'm a resident, and I do not speak for the PRC tonight. This last weekend, May 9th and 10th, we celebrated the World Migratory Bird Day. The focus this year, or the theme, was Every Bird Counts, Your Observations Matter. And This was a real celebration for a lot of chapters all over the country. I wanted to mention it because I wanted to thank you for the bird-friendly design ordinance and the dark sky ordinance. And I don't know if you can see my presentation. It's only one slide, but you can see this is last night. And you can see where migration happens. Peak migration is happening now. For the past week or so, every night I get an alert, and it says the birds are flying tonight. And this is from last night. Tonight is even more pronounced. And so the request that I get is please turn the lights off outdoors. Please make sure your windows are safe. And these migration alerts could potentially be provided to the community. I'm not sure, and maybe we can work on that. But I wanted to thank you again.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you, and I also want to share that we did hear from Mr. Thiessen, and he intends to come next week, so he is aware of this timing. Okay, so with that, we will move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. And I want to start with re-announcing what Councilmember Lithcott-Hames has shared in prior meetings, that this city will be hosting its first Palo Alto Pride celebration. And Madam Clerk, I believe you have a slide of the beautiful new flyer. I'm kind of taking you by surprise because I think you thought that my colleague might be speaking about it, but there it is. It's beautiful. We would like everyone to join us on Sunday, June 7th from 2 to 5 p.m. We will start right here at City Hall, raising our new pride flag and hearing from some speakers and performers. And then we will have a festival and celebrate, including on the closed block of Hamilton Avenue adjacent to City Hall and the pedestrian access part of Ramona and Ramona Plaza. So please do join us. And I want to note the sponsors there at the bottom are, I have a longer version. I think, I've got the version that has the more detailed, just one moment, because we're thrilled that quite a few sponsors have stepped up so far. In addition to the city, we have the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation, as you see there. We have Stanford University, Stanford Medicine, Embarcadero Media, Jennifer DiBrienza and Jesse Duragusker, Grocery Outlet, Palo Alto University Rotary, Youth Community Service, and I know there's some others in discussion. So we are thrilled with the outpouring of community support. And at this point, I want to go back to the Council Contingency Fund. We would like to contribute $10,000 that will make the budget work from all angles, and I really want to thank all the people serving on the coordinating committee, including our staff, to think hard about what would go into this event, and they've put together a budget, they've raised a lot of money, and with our $10,000 it would make it whole. So I want to see if our colleagues, I know a couple, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames and Councilmember Byrd had expressed support previously, but I wanted to see if there was any concern or objection to that. I'm seeing nothing to my left, nothing to my right, so I think we're good to go with that. So thank you, colleagues, thank you, staff, thank you, community. This is going to be a great day for all of us. And then I want to very quickly mention 3 terrific city events that have happened in our city. Last week, we declared it Affordable Housing Month, and then the next day, Cinco de Mayo, there was a celebration with Alta Housing and Canopy, where we planted trees at Alta's first Palo Alto project, Colorado Park, which still looks great and houses a wonderful community, some of whom have been there since the 1970s. Second, there was the Youth Art Exhibition and Awards that was done in conjunction with the school district at the Art Center. And Emily Benatar's parents were there for the awards made in her memory to 2 students who will go on to study art after high school. And thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames for attending. And finally, on Friday, we celebrated the grand opening of Mitchell Park Place, which houses Ability Path and provides affordable housing to intellectually and developmentally disabled adults. who often have trouble finding affordable, accessible housing. So we're thrilled to add that set of homes in our community, and it was beautiful, just a spectacular place. So that's all I have. Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much. On Friday, we had sort of a recap of where we are today at the Stanford GUP, also known as Stanford Next, with a contingent from all over the county in Sunnyvale. And the focus was affordable housing, and it was time to get down to brass tacks, or green, red, and blue monopoly hotels, or whatever you want to call them, because we did a sit-down workshop and suggested where is the best place for housing to go if they need to do housing. And it was actually quite constructive. One of the things at the end that they ask is, did you have any aha moment? And one of the things that I said is, my aha moment is that there's much more agreement among the cities than disagreement on where things should go, because the 5 tables, with one exception, were quite similar. So it's not going to be all in our backyard or none in our backyard, and we can get into more details later. And we're now on hiatus for a couple of months as they process this and come back and eventually present us a draft. So that's where we are. Thanks.
Terrific. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Unless Councilmember Rectal has anything, welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have a personal announcement I'd like to make. After much reflection with my partner, Dan, I've decided not to seek re-election this fall. I'm making this announcement now so that members of our community will know that there is an open seat available and can have the important conversations they need to have with their loved ones, supporters, and advisors about whether to step up. My decision to not seek re-election derives from my 3 greatest learnings as a council member. Number 1, I had no idea how much sheer work it would take to be prepared in all the ways required to serve this great little city well. From the reading required to prepare for council and committee meetings, to attending those meetings, to meeting with members of the public, to conversations with staff and colleagues, and attending events. This city demands and deserves much from its council members. I'll admit, at the front end, I had no idea quite how much work it would be when I got myself into it. So, my number 2 greatest learning, imagine how surprised I was then to discover that I actually love it, all of it. This experience has not just been a net positive for me, but a truly fulfilling one, professionally and personally. And of course, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve this incredible community. And yet, learning number 3, I also had no idea that I would have so little time left over in which to do the work that actually pays my bills, namely writing, books, and public speaking. As our developer friends put it, I just can't make it pencil. That's why I'm bowing out. It pains me to do so because I love it. Did I mention that I love it? Gonna miss these guys too, all of them. Have no fear, I won't be a lame duck, far from it. In fact, I feel I've really hit my stride in the last year or so, and I intend to finish strong. Meanwhile, our city clerk is gearing up to run our elections and expects to have the 2026 candidate guide posted online by the end of May. We all encourage anyone interested to reach out to the city clerk to learn more. You might end up feeling really glad that you stepped up, as I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and we're counting on you to finish strong. And I know you will, so thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it. And with that, we will move on to our study session on the budget. So I will turn to whom? To the city manager.
Yes, we'll just need a minute for our staff to get in place and walk you through what we've got out of your Finance Committee meetings from last week.
I'll say welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor, council members of the public, Lauren Lai, Chief Financial Officer. First of all, I want to say thank you to the Finance Committee. Those were 2 very robust days, and I think each of you have served on the Finance Committee before, so you know the work that was undertaken, especially given this budget. Their questions were really insightful. Their deliberation was very concise and comprehensive, and the direction and the recommendation coming out of it is really impressive as well. So this evening, I'll briefly summarize where we are and also walk through a little bit of the high level for the benefit of the members of the public who are joining us for the first time. So for fiscal 27-28, fiscal 26-27 budget, operating and capital budget, may we have the next slide, please? So in the deliberation process, here we are on May 11th, coming back to council after a couple of study sessions with the Finance Committee. Tonight, we'll summarize Finance Committee's initial recommendations. Here's some feedback from council. We'll go back to committee on workshopping it and then come back on June 15th for final adoption. Next slide, please. As an overview, as mentioned previously, this is a balanced budget. Because of our financial challenges, it does have reductions in it with a focus on preserving our really valued high-quality services and initiatives, and also reducing impacts to our community. Next slide, please. Just the top line, our budget is $1 billion. Across all city funds, this is a very modest increase of 1.9%. Within the general fund, which is the predominant fund we focus on, that's about $311 million, and it's also a reduction from fiscal 26 budget. On the capital side, we have a 5-year plan, and also we have a 1-year budget. The 5-year plan is a $1.2 billion budget, and the 1-year 27 budget is $314 million, close to $314 million. We have a multi-year, multi-strategy portfolio put in this budget and also presented previously in the long range, because we project in 27 we'll have a $17 million deficit. That is solved in this proposal here, and committee coming out of workshop have some recommendations for council to consider. That also means we carry forward the reductions from 26, and also we preserve our budget stabilization reserve between 17% to 18%, which is within the range of our guideline. Next slide, please. Absent of the changes that came out of the workshop, the proposed budget does show the multi-year as presented there, with the general fund balanced and 28 and 29 with modest deficits. As noted in the Finance Committee workshop, these deficits are significantly smaller. So our goal is to get our city into a structurally balanced stance for maintaining our services and also being financially stable. Budget stabilization reserve there is within the guide of 15 to 20%. However, as noted, we do need to or want to contribute towards our BSR so it doesn't slip to the lower end of that guidance of 15%. Any savings that we have in 26, which is the current year, it closes on June 30th. Typically, we do contribute towards BSR as one of the approach, and so we're hoping that will afford us some opportunity to shore up those reserves as well. Next slide, please. Every year we look at rates, because within our city, we are very fortunate to govern 5 utilities for our business and residential community members. As noted there, these are the 26 adopted rates and then also the 27 proposed rates. Want to call your attention to the electric fund. Coming out of Finance Committee, the Finance Committee recommended 3-0 unanimously to move forward with the electric rate increase of 4.5% in 27. On the gas rate side, committee on a 2-1 vote recommended the 9% rate increase for 27 with an alternative of 7%. Next slide, please. So now what I'll do is I'll summarize the committee workshops. So we had 2 days on May 5th and May 6th. Next slide. As a refresher, in Finance Committee, the process is items get put onto the Finance Committee adjustment table. This is actually financial recommendations for the council to review tonight. Items are also put on what we call the parking lot for further deliberation, and also sometimes that's for staff to come back with additional information. Last but not least, there's an area of council contingency, as it was mentioned tonight. Out of the workshop, committee sometimes has an opportunity, if they so wish, to actually appropriate from there. So we'll go through those three just to summarize where committee landed at the end of May 6th. Next slide, please. So starting with Finance Committee adjustments to the budgets. In total, there's $802,000 here, maybe about $803,000 that we still need to rebalance the budget. So I'll walk through that. The first one has to do with the JMZ. We're very proud of accreditation. It sets a standard that we aspire to maintain. In order to maintain those credentials and also meet some of the requirements, the budget did include 2 part-time positions and some associated expenses. After review, staff feels that we could leverage other resources and programs and/or review the AZA requirements. So we are proposing to reduce those expenses by $64,000 with the goal of still maintaining those credentials. So that's a favorable adjustment to the proposed budget. The other two, the school crossing guards, we heard from the community and also from council the concerns there. So coming out of committee, it was voted to restore those. The cut was $102,000, which was potentially 4 intersections. This does assume that PAUSD would cost share 50%. So we're restoring it with the assumption that the city's appropriation is $51,000 to be added back to the budget. Likewise, on the track watch, the track crossing monitor contract, as you may recall, that collaboration with PAUSD, that contract goes through February. So what committee has asked is to add it through June. So this would be the expense between March, April, May, and June. And again, this is contingent on PAUSD cost sharing. So this $307,000, almost $308,000 is only 50% of what it would cost for those 4 months. Okay. OSV, oversized vehicle programs. This is an important priority. And so what we've come out of the workshop with is recommending additional appropriations of $384,000. This would include $200,000 for the period of September through June for the Gang Road parking site, and then also additional towing capacity to be included at $184,000. This would for enforcement and street sweeping. Also, the nonprofit workshop, the nonprofit work plan. I'll go into it in more detail. Committee, we did receive 4 options. Financially, the committee voted upon option C, which would add another $124,000 to the proposed budget. So in total, this is almost $3,000 with the contingency of the PAUSD cost sharing. Also want to note that right now we haven't filled out anything for 2008 and 2028 and onwards because we've yet to know whether or not these will be one-time expenses or ongoing expenses. And that'll be important later on because part of budget balancing will be how do we balance the additional appropriation. Next slide, please. Council contingency. Good news is council did not appropriate anything yet out of council contingency. What we did want to do was acknowledge that previously the council did appropriate for the pilot of an assistant for the council, and that would run 6 months, acknowledging that that 6 months straddles 2 different fiscal years. We're recommending that $30,000 for that part-time limited term position to be carried into 27. So what that will do is that it'll actually add to the council's contingency by $30,000. So it'll bring it up to 155. And so we anticipate that position will start sometime in June, I believe. And so that'll enable us to go through the calendar year through December. All right. Next slide, please. So the parking lot are items that staff needs to bring back that will inform this particular budget itself. So on the parking lot, we have quiet zone, the quiet zone construction. We heard from committee that we want to accelerate that project. So we're going to come back with a CIP update that shows the funding in 27 and 28 with the funding coming from Measure K. So we're going to need to rebalance the impact to the grid separation project. The other project is also Chamalice right-of-way. We're going to come back on the 19th to review what that looks like from a CIP planning perspective and also the funding sources to make that happen. Acknowledging there are certain projects within OOT and also staffing that need to be reviewed. Committee wanted us to review the marginal benefits of restoring Office of Transportation staffing and what that might look like in terms of impacts to council priorities and projects. A couple of other aspects was the concerns around the police department staffing level, vacancies, recruitments, and overtime. So staff is going to come back and have a discussion with the committee regarding the lateral hiring bonuses. We have a program in place, but perhaps having a deeper conversation about the lateral bonuses for police hires. As it pertains to the nonprofit work plan, committee did want to recommend to the council that any potential appropriations for grant funding and awards go through the HISREP process. So I'll go through that in a little bit. Last but not least, as noted on the prior slide, to rebalance the additional appropriation of $803,000, and it could be more. Committee wanted us to focus that around reductions to CIP, i.e. reprioritizing projects that may not be urgent or emergency, and or could be delayed or deferred further. So staff is working behind the scenes to see what that might look like, and we'll bring that back to committee for the 19th. Next slide, please. In addition, the committee reviewed a number of topics, would like staff to review it, and also eventually council would need to consider whether or not these would be staff referrals. But for your awareness at this junction, some of the focus areas out of the last 2 days have been focused around a summary of the city's AI strategy, and also reaffirming that in the council priorities, there is a consultant work plan. So emphasizing in that work plan best practices, and then also discussions around the golf operations. As you may be aware, our golf operations is not an enterprise fund. So committee felt it was important that we refine the way we present the golf operation project profit and loss statement, and then also review the different fees and rates, in particular senior residential rates. As it relates to Cubberley, looking at outdoor recreation programs and also potentially capital repairs that may energize and create more awareness around Cubberley and potentially any utility infrastructure upgrades that may be important in the short term before the long-term plans. As we look towards the fiscal '28 budget development, committee felt it was important for us to further review the police department overtime, which you may be aware is underway through our overtime review with public safety. Last but not least, in the fire department, any opportunities for additional efficiencies and incorporating that in the '28 budget. Next slide. I want to call your attention to a couple of things. Committee did feel that the employee childcare pilot program is a very valued program and wanted to incorporate that as a long-term program and incorporate it into the long-term financial forecast. And so we have incorporated that in the general benefit fund for fiscal '27. Wanted to highlight that. It doesn't change the current budget, but wanted to bring your awareness and that we would move towards incorporating it in the long-range financial forecast and move away from characterizing it as a pilot program. CIP plan, there was direction and also recommendation for us to do more KPIs, key performance indexes. And so we have included those in the agenda report for you, and we also summarized it to the committee. They related to, tracking delays, tracking cost increases, and which projects did we defer for budget balancing. So we incorporated those for you, and then also we'll incorporate a summary of that in the CIP budget. Each project page does include such discussion, but I think summarizing it at a higher level was really useful feedback. As it relates to the Roth building, we value this partnership. We value it opening soon. We also acknowledge that there is park drainage and also Roth building water intrusion. So out of committee, it was emphasized that there is funding in the Heritage Park site project. Should we incur costs to remediate the park's drainage issue? So we had a good conversation about that, and the committee wanted us to update the budget text for the project to prioritize the location at the Roth building in particular to make sure that, that it be front and center. And so we definitely heard that. And then within your agenda package, we also have an attachment for tree trimming and the tree trimming objectives, because I think it did come up in our conversation as well. The next couple of slides now will be on the nonprofit work plan and considerations for funding. We have two slides that look fairly similar, so I'll kind of walk you through. Committee was given 4 options, and they went with option C. So this is one presentation. Next slide. So option 1 is basically what's in the budget itself as proposed. Option 2 keeps the total nonprofit dollar flat at the 26th level, which is $6.7 million. Option C adds specific additional direct allocations. And option D maintains the 2026 Phase 1 grant funding level. Committee deliberated on it and has recommended unanimously to go with option C. So next slide, please. So the motion was to move forward with option C, and also to call out that the additional funding and the appropriation to add to the proposed budget is $124,000. Now, this is on top of the 6.4 million summarized on the prior page, and also the 78,000 that we have now included for ongoing operations for environmental volunteers, Neighbors Abroad, and also YCS. Within the motion, it was also clear that the direct allocations would go to Magical Bridge, Cal Ave Music and Special Events, and UNAF. So 150 for Magical Bridge, 40 for Cal Ave Music, and 45 for UNAF. Additionally, importantly is if there are additional award or grant funding, committee recommends that that go through the HISREP process. I'll also note there, as noted on the slide, that in the 27 budget, the Canopy nonprofit contract is reflected at $368,000 with a reduction of $43,000. It was previously noted at $412,000 when this went to council on April 6th when we did the study session, and that was prior to the publication of the proposed budget and the budget balancing. Next slide. As this is a large, robust, complex budget, technical adjustments are fairly reasonable. Utilities did brief the committee on 2 technical adjustments on the gas and electric funds. Those will come back for formal adoption for council. In addition, we'll go through final review of head counts as we flow through that were carried forward from 26, and also realigning revenue expenses based on where we land with committee over the next week. So we strive to ensure that the general fund impact on these technical adjustments are de minimis, but wanted to call your attention to that. That will be part of the June 15th packet. Next slide, please. So in wrap up, this is where we are, and we will then, out of this study session, come back to Finance Committee on May 19th. Last slide, please. So that summarizes committee's recommendations thus far, seeking feedback from the council so we can go back into the workshop to provide us any further guidance, insights, directions. So when we come back on June 15th, we feel that we've hit the mark with the full council. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lai. Councilmember Lowing, as Chair of the Finance Committee, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just a couple of things now, so we can get into it and take some more later. Just noted that, underscoring the fact that for both the putting back in the 4 suggested reductions in school crossing guards and for the track watch, we're suggesting that this good partnership continue with PAUSD. And so at this point, we're budgeting 50%, noting therefore that we need to have discussions, get going as soon as possible in the right kind of way with PAUSD on both of those things, because we feel they're both valuable and want them to be continued at current funding. And then a comment on the OSV, you note this is quite modest, and part of that is because you haven't even heard any recommendations yet on anything else to do on the OSV situation from the OSV committee. And so what's in here is anticipated what we have to do maintenance, such as we've done before. But if there's anything that's new measures of any type, then that would have to be incremental. So those are the only 2 clarifications I want to make at this point.
All right, thank you. All right, so why don't we go to public comment at this point. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
We have 12 requests to speak.
Okay, let's go with 2 minutes each.
Our first speaker is Shawnee Kay.
Thank you, Shani Kleinhaus. I speak as a resident, thank this time only, for now. I'm still worried about the cuts to water at Foothills Park. Foothills Park has almost 300,000 people that come and go visit the park every year. Of these people, most of them go to see the lake and play and enjoy the lawns. There's also a lot of summer camps that use it and a lot of other types of activities there. cutting that water needs to be really, really carefully done. I'm not necessarily opposed to doing it overall, but we already cut 37% of the water allocation a few years ago. So now we're at about 60% of what it used to be historically, and cutting more could be really problematic if problems start, if areas are too dry. Fixing problems with in the lake or the lawns will be very expensive. It's very difficult to fix something if it's broken in that sort of environment. So we need to be extremely cautious. So I asked the other ad hoc from PRC to talk to the rangers, so I hope we can do that. That's Vadim Axelrod and I, and we're hoping to get more information. But I really think you need to consider that 37% of the water has already been cut. And so how much more can you do without starting to erode that entire system? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria C.
My name is Maria Che. I'm a resident of Mountain View and chair of Canopy's board. I've always admired Palo Alto for its conviction that the health of its residents is non-negotiable, and you have proven that year after year. Investment in trees has always been part of that commitment. Trees clean the air we breathe, provide much needed shade on the increasingly sweltering streets, and improve our mental health. Few cities understand this better than Palo Alto, that trees are a crucial part of the public health infrastructure, and you have backed that understanding with action, prioritizing and protecting funding for your urban forest through the city's urban forest master plan. That's why I was disheartened to learn about the funding cut to Canopy's contract. Canopy has been a longtime partner in executing the city's vision for a vibrant urban forest. Their work has been especially impactful in South Palo Alto, where the percentage of canopy cover is significantly less than the rest of the city. The funding cut will directly impact Canopy's ability to survey and care for every young tree already in the ground, putting their survivability and the community's hard work at risk. That's a small investment with an outsized return and lasting impact, and you've always known that. So I'm here as your neighbor to ask you to reconsider and restore Canopy's contract in full and continue to be the example of what a city can be when it truly invests in its urban forest. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky B.
Hello, good evening. My first time ever speaking to the council. I'm a 40-year Palo Alto resident. I got involved with Canopy through the South Palo Alto, tree project. I've gone on to take part in plantings, the Great Oak Project, and my very favorite, the Young Tree Care Project. And I've also become a Canopy donor. At the plantings, I have observed neighbors who are so deeply moved with gratitude to be receiving trees and the promise of tree care. It's truly moving. In addition to the many benefits of urban trees that were just so well described, I think the partnership between the city and Canopy give residents a reason to feel really good about their city government. Sometimes that's not that easy. There is a segment of Palo Altans whose experience with the city has to do with bureaucratic processes, high fees, a long time to get things done. The Canopy partnership with the city is something that brings residents an immediate benefit with no apparent direct cost to them. It really is fabulous PR for the city. The city's partnership with Canopy through the Young Tree Care Program also protects the city's investment in tree planting. For 3 years, Canopy volunteers go out, assess the health of young trees, and report to the city what steps need to be taken to help the trees thrive, and also let the businesses and residents who
Your time is up.
benefited from the trees know their responsibilities. I hope you will consider full funding
Your
for
time
this
is up.
small organization that does big work. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luke L.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luke Liu, and I'm a senior at Pali, and I'm also a longtime resident of Palo Alto. Today, I'm in support of Canopy. First of all, I'd like to personally thank all of you for your support of all the climate and sustainability initiatives here in Palo Alto. However, I'm speaking to oppose the budget cut proposition to organizations like Canopy, which has played a critical role in restoring Palo Alto's natural beauty. On a personal level, Canopy has been really impactful. I first got involved with Canopy about 3 years ago by attending a few planting sessions. It was initially just to get volunteer hours. However, I found myself always enjoying all the times I get to go out and volunteer. Through these events, I was able to work on something that was really fulfilling, and that was to help build a system that both people and nature got to benefit from. I also got to connect with people from different backgrounds, different experiences, different aspirations, and different jobs, and yet collectively share the hope for an improved society and future where people and planet don't exist separately, but collectively help each other. Since that event 3 years ago, I've been able to plant a few dozen trees with Canopy and also volunteered as a tree health surveyor. For a long time, with the magnitude of the climate crisis and environmental degradation, I didn't really know what I could do to make an impact, but through Canopy, I was able to see how little wins could really add up and make a difference. Canopy provides something beyond the urban forest. Canopy provides hope, which is incredibly important.
Your time is up.
Today. So when considering the budget for next year, I urge you, council members, to consider the important role that Canopy plays in Palo Alto, especially for the youth and next leaders.
Sorry, please finish your sentence. Your time is up. Just a reminder to those public speakers, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please be mindful that there is a timer on the podium of the 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Michael C.
Good evening. My name is Michael Clausen. I'm a long-term resident of Palo Alto, having first moved here in 1972. And one of the first things that struck me when I moved to Palo Alto was the tree canopy in Palo Alto. Of course, since then, it has improved dramatically. But even then, it was great and very impressive. I'm here to encourage you not to cut the budget for Canopy. It's a wonderful organization. I'm retired former director of Actera, and we worked closely with Canopy during the years that I was executive director. And I know that the great work that they've done, both in planting trees and caring for trees, and also involving young people. I think the young man who spoke before me is a good example of that, and I think it's a really great way for people to connect to the environmental world in a very tangible way. The other point I want to make is that trees are an essential infrastructure. It's not just that they're beautiful and provide aesthetic benefits, they provide essential services. They reduce energy demand, they manage stormwater, they improve air quality, they protect public health. So I encourage you to keep the budget as the same way it is. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Vaughn G.
Hello, my name is John Gifford, and I'm speaking as a resident and a Canopy volunteer, most notably involved with the Great Oak Count, tree plantings, and most importantly for this session, tree care. I'm speaking on behalf of supporting the digital tree health survey because this is a smart system and a cost-effective one, which is the ones that we need to maintain our canopy before we have experienced failure. The digital tree health survey is preventive infrastructure for our urban forest. It allows our community foresters to identify risk early, before trees fail, before roots damage sidewalks, before drought stress leads to decline. Without this tool, we're shifting from prevention to reaction, and reaction is always much more expensive. This is a program that saves the city money, it reduces long-term liabilities, and ensures that the trees we plant today actually become the mature canopy that we depend on tomorrow. Cutting this funding doesn't save money, it defers costs and increases them. Deferred maintenance has consequences, which leading to tree death, canopy loss, environmental harms, and negative impacts on aesthetics, property value, and not least of all, human health. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue Kay.
My name is Sue Crumbine, and a number of years ago, a group of us who are members of the Women's Club of Palo Alto joined Canopy in a tree planting event at a local park. We chose that event because our foremothers planted and watered trees throughout what we call Professorville, because in fact, they felt that trees were such an important part of the infrastructure of this new town. We felt very tied to that goal, and so we went off to plant trees with Canopy. And were we surprised? We were amazed at the number of people there to plant trees. It was in a park. We were excited to participate in this actual process, which we learned and did various parts of. We had a wonderful time, and afterwards, we were all interested in watching our trees grow. Now, that doesn't mean that we weren't all living in neighborhoods with wonderful trees, but it meant that those trees were added to the canopy of this amazing city that so values that asset. To this day, I wave to a tree as I go by and think, oh my God, how could that be so large now that it's been so many years since we planted that? I feel that the community so supports this amazing work that Canopy does, and I urge you to support their budget. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ash P.
Hello, my name is Ash Patney, and I'm 17, and I've been a resident of Palo Alto for the past 15 years. And I've been volunteering with Canopy for the past few months now. I am a member of their Youth Urban Forest Stewards program, and I've really loved it. What makes Canopy special is it brings young people into the process of planting and caring for our urban forest. We're not just told to care about climate change or community, we're actually invited to help build solutions with our own hands. We plant the trees, we care for them, and we work beside neighbors and community members from just different generations to make it all happen. And through that process, we learn something important, that change is still possible when people come together around a shared purpose. Reducing investment in this work would not just affect the urban forest, it would reduce opportunities for young people to feel agency, connection, and hope in a time when all three are desperately needed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rayanesh M.
Hello everyone, my name is Rayansh and I'm a 9th grader, but I've been volunteering with Canopy since 4th grade. I wanted to share an experience that really stuck with me, my first tree planting. I was a 9-year-old in a Palo Alto neighborhood, tamping soil around a root ball, while a Canopy volunteer walked me through exactly why it mattered to how deep you set it, how much room the roots needed. My hands were dirty and the tree was barely 4 feet tall. I remembered thinking about how the tree would look like when it grew up. I would also like to add that Canopy is one of the only community organizations that allows young people to partake in it. Over 5 years of Saturdays, I've done a lot of different kinds of work with Canopy, whether it's planting, hauling water to young trees that needed consistent care to survive their first few years, and some days just walking block by block with a keyboard, for their great oak count, stopping at every oak in the city, logging species, size, condition. It sounded tedious until you realize nobody had systematically done it before. And that data is what lets the city actually protect those trees. And that's what I want people here to understand today about Canopy. So I urge you all council members to support Canopy in this upcoming budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Holly P.
Thank you. I'm Holly Pearson. I'm a resident of Stanford, and I'm past co-chair of Canopy's board. And I was part of a group that worked to update and improve Palo Alto's tree ordinance back in 2022. And part of council meetings at that time was looking at neighboring cities and what their tree ordinances looked like, and recognizing that Palo Alto really wanted to remain a leader in urban forestry. And here we are, almost 4 years on, and I'm asking you to support Canopy's contract in full and not cut the budget now. When one city invests, neighboring cities benefit. We all know that because, you know, Canopy doesn't stop at city boundaries and there's ecosystem effects. But when one city disinvests, the impacts also ripple out. And Palo Alto has long been seen as a regional leader in urban forestry and community forestry. So what happens sets a precedent, and I think that precedent matters beyond one tight budget in a year. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Rob O.
Good evening. My name's Rob O'Connor. I'm a Palo Alto resident and am a tree planting, tree care leader, and a board member at Canopy. When you enter a neighborhood that has a great feel, it's almost always because there are large trees and shade. Without them, we have asphalt, concrete, grass, shrubs, and punishing summer heat. While it's difficult to prevent people from removing trees, we can plant trees to maintain and enhance our canopy. When someone plants a tree that they will not be alive to enjoy at maturity, it's nothing less than an act of love and commitment to our community. Canopy is much more than a tree contractor. We partner trees with people and help residents choose an appropriate tree and plant it in the right location. Canopy tree plantings bring together local volunteers, and I've seen several of you at our volunteer events, families, residents of all ages, and while we're doing this, we learn the joy of tree planting and help create a neighborhood with cleaner air. I'm lost here. With cleaner air and shade, it's cooler and a much nicer environment for everyone. Canopy tree planting in partnership with tree stewards and volunteers delivers an astoundingly high survival rate for new trees. Today, relentless government policy changes can impact our sense of hope and make it feel as if our lives are becoming just a little bit worse every day or day after day. So I ask you, our City of Palo Alto councilors, you today have the chance, or you have the chance, to enhance the joy, comfort, health, and sense of hope and trust in our community. And by fully supporting Canopy, possibly make each day just a little bit better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is JPR.
Good evening, council members. Good to see you again. I'm JP Renaud. I'm the executive director of Canopy. Today, we posted a beautiful collage on our Instagram account celebrating nearly each of you planting a tree in a selfless act of love for your community. We tagged each of you, showing up for something bigger than yourselves to better our future. One photo captured a mayor planting a tree in the very same park he played in as a child, surrounded by some of his colleagues on the council. Another captured a powerful moment, a mayor showing up with his family to plant what will one day become a mighty oak, a living legacy to his children and grandchildren. All the photos show what we all experience when planting a tree: pride, joy, faith, and hope. Councilmember Rekdal, we look forward to welcoming you into this movement very soon so that you too can share in these wonderful memories. And one photo from that collage stands out in a special way. The tree planted in that photo was in South Palo Alto, where the canopy coverage is half of the rest of the city, and where the canopy community has planted more than 1,500 trees in order to address that inequity. Every one of you in this chamber, everyone here, has made a material difference in the growth of our urban forest together. But what's most important is this. This is just a sampling of what we have built together, a force that not only plays a material role in growing and caring for our urban forest, but also in forging community power. Because over the past 30 years, this movement has never just been about planting trees. It has been about planting a sense of belonging and unity, building a community of thousands who are willing to show up if change is needed, through the simple yet profound act of planting and caring for a tree. Thank you for your leadership and for your service.
Our next speaker is Nicole C.W.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Chuwang. I'm the Executive Director of Pathwise. First, I want to thank the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, the council members, and especially the city staff and the city manager for all your hard work on the budget. I know it is very hard, and you have to make a lot of hard decisions. I'd also like to say that I acknowledge and want to give you credit for thinking through how do we fund new, innovative nonprofit work and programs that are not already being provided by the wealth of nonprofits we are so blessed to have in Palo Alto. I also want to acknowledge that there are many different ways in which you fund nonprofits, such as the agreement that you have with Canopy. And at this point, I also want to acknowledge the amazing youth that we have that spoke today. It takes a lot of courage for them to do that, and I'm constantly reminded when I come to these that we are so blessed to have youth that feel that they have a voice that can be heard here, and so I hope you were listening because it's really important. I'm also a South Palo Alto resident and acknowledge the difference in our Canopy down in South Palo Alto and the important work Canopy is doing. And on the matter of his wrap, I hope that even with continuing the nonprofit partnership work plan, which again I feel is important, that you acknowledge that one of the benefits we have is the amazing breadth of nonprofits and services they provide to Palo Alto residents that are less resourced and oftentimes marginalized, and that you think about adequately funding his wrap so that those nonprofits there, such as Pathwise, which received 70% of what we asked for last year, receive the funding that we need to provide the services that Palo Altans rely on year over year and have been for many years. So I hope you take that into account when you plan your budget planning process. I know you have to make hard decisions, but think about the services that would go away if they're not adequately funded. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Cheryl B. Cheryl B., you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you so much for your time here today. I'm Cheryl B. Marymount, and I'm the CEO and founder of Musical Memories Foundation. We address the epidemic of loneliness and isolation among seniors by providing high-quality, customized, and interactive music-based programming to underserved active seniors, those in assisted living, and those in memory care. And we are one of your Phase 1 nonprofit grant recipients. As a recipient of this grant and as a startup nonprofit, I would like to share some of the impact we've been able to make within the community so far. It's our first time. We've served 635 members of the Palo Alto senior community, which is 435 more than we thought we might serve so far. We have delivered 11 out of our committed 15 programs, and we're still going strong. In addition to launching our cardio drumming workshop, developing our Strum for Fun ukulele workshop, and delivering our Magic of Drums workshop and our signature melodies and movement programming, this grant allowed us to deliver our first community concert specifically designed for seniors free of charge. We held our Swing and Sing in Spring event at Cubberley Theater on April 25th, featuring a 17-piece big band orchestra, multiple singers, a costume contest, and a sing-along. And I wanted to share a quick quote for reference. "We are so blessed to have your team in our community. Your music and energy is so fantastic. It's a 20 out of 10. We won't miss it for the world. I can't wait to report in on all of the details of our engagement with the Palo Alto experienced adult community. Thank you for helping us make a difference, lighting up memories and lifting up seniors' lives in the city of Palo Alto. I know these decisions are very difficult, and I hope that finding a way to continue funding our very small but mighty nonprofit continues. Thank you."
And that concludes public comment on study session item 4.
All right, well, I'll bring it back to the dais, and I'll start with the two council members who are also serving on the Finance Committee, as they have, I think, deeper insight into this. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I just wanted to add a few follow-ups to the reporting that we already received. First, on the electric utility increase, that was actually the recommendation to increase it by 4.5% rather than 6% was a recommendation from the Finance Committee a number of weeks ago rather than out of the most recent meetings. But the mechanism to do that was that really what was driving that increase, that additional increase, was a recommendation by staff to and the UAC to increase the hydro reserve fund and to do that significantly in a single year. And we recommended that that be spread over 2 years, and that's how we reduced the that increase. Second, on the JMZ, the committee had actually identified or asked staff to pursue whether the additional funding that was in the proposed budget for conservation programs wouldn't in fact be covered to a great degree by other conservation programs that we're already doing. And they came back and identified that most of that funding would be able to be covered that way, and that's how we got that reduction. And then on the nonprofit funding, first we had discussions about, we all received a very extensive report that, and the staff report still references all of the 6.7 million in nonprofit funding that the city does. But that really is not a very relevant point of comparison. Nonprofits are a tax status. They're not really what we're looking at in these community services. We have some nonprofits that we have ongoing contracts with that are basically performing outsourcing for the city of different functions and the like. So we zeroed in on, as Director Lai had talked about, these different options. And as she mentioned, what we looked at is if the council wanted to address either now or for this coming year, essentially the needs that were identified or met with the phase 1 grant process, that preferably be done through the HISREP process, but needing to recognize that not all of the phase 1 grant recipients would necessarily qualify under our current HISREP criteria. So it brings two questions. Do we want to have a funding this year or next year that might increase the HISREP amount? And if so, would there need to be any modification in the criteria if the intention of the council was to be able to capture some nonprofits that don't fit in the current HISREP criteria? And then I did want to note that we had brought up, it said CalAV music, but it's really CalAV special events. It goes much beyond the music. On the issue of canopy funding, there were no comments made to the Finance Committee or either in person or through emails through that Finance Committee process. And that's it may be that if Canopy didn't understand the process, but that's the way to get your voice heard. And all the emails that we've received to date really didn't speak specifically to the proposed staff cuts. We all value our canopy and our trees. What we have to have is a better understanding of why you think those particular staff recommended cuts are harmful. I think they were really in two categories, a few different outreach areas, and then the digital tree survey. And I would welcome any thoughts from colleagues on whether one or both of those are something that you want us to, as a Finance Committee, dig deeper in at our next upcoming meeting. We did talk as
I'm going to
Director
ask you
Lyon.
to try to wrap it as quickly as you can. Thank you.
As Director Lai had mentioned, there is a item in the CIP that covers Heritage Park improvements. I don't want to have the council misunderstand that that is necessarily an adequate dollar amount to cover what may come forward on needed capital efforts to reduce the or address the flooding into the Roth building that's occurring.
Thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. For this session, again, I just really want to listen and have points that we can take into that last Finance Committee meeting. Just a few points to recap and just a few points to elaborations on what my fellow committee members have said. So one big picture note is that the budget is tough, but I want to give a lot of kudos to our staff. The deficit was originally projected to be $83 million through 2032 in our long-range financial forecast. Now we are looking at around a $4 million deficit over total over 2029. So that picture is significantly better than we saw at a previous study session in our long-range financial forecast. We are, of course, adding plug numbers. Details TBD, of course, but it looks like deferring some capital expenses and capital transfers are potentially a way to make up for those plug numbers. Well, the entire committee had a lot of discussion about this, and one item that I am somewhat concerned about is how we would defer some maintenance for the ballpark bike route as part of those capital deferrals. There's a lot going on in terms of how we're pacing capital projects, how we're accounting for them, and I would be interested in, of course, saving that bike route maintenance, but also just more generally looking at how we can not in practice limit the capital projects we work on. Okay, that came out funny, but moving on. Nonprofits. This was an area where there was a lot of discussion and some notable disagreement as well. We called a bit of an audible. We knew that the council direction from the last study session in April was that council did want to move with a nonprofit phase 1 work plan again for this year. I don't recall how that vote was, but that was clear feedback from study session. However, within the group, we realized that we were sort of aligned with a thread that Vice Mayor Stone picked on a little bit of moving the process more to his wrap, or at least substantially to his wrap. So that's a direction we went, but it was a bit of an audible, and we were sensitive that we were sort of going against consensus from the study session and want to flag that, of course. One note as well is that a number that was not shared today was that funding for potential OSV programs from a permit program to another safe parking lot, that number in Finance Committee was in the ballpark of $1 million to $2 million, depending on what combination of programs we took. So that's just another plug that is a huge decision, but a plug that is not included in this budget. On Canopy, I did ask whether there would be a practical reduction or slowdown in South Palo Alto tree planting or canopy goals. The staff answer was no. Again, our understanding from staff was that there would be some tooling changes, like a digital tree plotter that was part of the contract that will have somewhat, that part of the contract will be reduced, but that tool exists and will continue to exist. So we weren't that worried, but again, also here the public and I would want to understand the details of whether there would be a practical impact to our canopy. Yeah, a lot of notes. Just to do a quick recap, deferral of budgets, including ballpark bike route maintenance is an issue. Nonprofits, there's a lot to discuss there. OSV funding is another potential plug, and Canopy was at least briefly discussed at Finance Committee. So those are my 4 bullet points.
All right, thank you. Really helpful to hear from each of the Finance Committee members. Colleagues, who would like to go next? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first, big thanks to Finance Committee for all the work you've done especially over the last week. I know how exhausting and difficult that work is, and thanks for staff taking all of this back. I think we're definitely getting there. I have a couple of just kind of a couple concerns and questions. So on this proposal of the 50% cost share of, I guess, the 10% of crossing guards, correct? Yes, okay, seeing the heads nod, and track watch from March to June. What happens if PAUSD doesn't agree? Because I know the presentation says contingent, so what happens if they say no?
We'll need to come back to council because this is what's appropriated.
Okay. Sounds good. Then, okay, so that would just kind of come back as a budget adjustment to be able to then fully fund later.
So if we just follow the typical budget cycle, there's the mid-year, but that's in February. So there's a couple of cycles where we can come back separately as well. I think it depends on the timing of some of these PAUSD conversations. So ideally, we would want to be efficient about it.
Right, and at the same time, I think underlying your question is where would the money come from? And that would remain an open question. So it's either to find the funds to provide the service without the PAUSD support, or to make cuts elsewhere.
Okay, because yeah, I want to make sure that we are fully funding there. I think ideal world is we're cost sharing with the district on both of those, but we're about to find out come June on the parcel tax. If that passes, I'm sure that's going to potentially make a difference here, and a lot of other things that are just kind of up in the air. There are ongoing labor negotiations, et cetera. So that makes me nervous, but as long as I see a path towards us ensuring that we're not having any reduction on the crossing guards and track watch, I'm happy. And then I think, one, I'm glad that Canopy has spoken up to express concerns. Yeah, I wasn't aware of it until we started getting the emails, and glad to see everybody coming out tonight. I think really good questions about what does the $43,000 cost reduction actually do to Canopy's ability to service the community. I wonder, we do have the executive director here of Canopy through the mayor. Is it okay if I ask a question of the executive director to try to get to the heart of what $43,000 budget reduction really means for Canopy?
Thank you for the question. So in nonprofit budgeting, every dollar is already appropriated. So even if you look at a full budget of a nonprofit, every dollar has already been appropriated by law to a certain cause. So when you look at Palo Alto's budget, it is the $400,000 budget that we talked about, which is 10% of our partnership with the city. That's what I would urge you to focus on, and that would mean a full-time position. That would mean less work, less ability for us to deliver for the community. As a nonprofit, we do a lot with very little, and so 10% for us is 0.003% of your deficit. So those are the differences in scale here.
Thank you. I wonder then, because my understanding, what we are identifying that reduction as kind of two different positions or services. Can you?
Yes. Perhaps I could ask our Public Works Director, Brad Eggleston, to explain staff's perspective on this issue and also note the connection to the Urban Forestry Division.
Yes, thank you. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. First, let me just say I'm really impressed by everyone from Canopy coming out to speak, and I want to say we really appreciate Canopy, and it's a great partnership. And making this budget proposal by no means in any way discounts any of that work, nor is it meant to suggest that we think we can make cuts in that area that won't have any impact. These were difficult decisions through this budget process as far as meeting targets and having to make reductions. So just at a high level in urban forestry, I also want to note the proposed budget includes a cut to our tree trimming contract. It includes permanently eliminating one of what had been 7 tree trimmer positions. So there's that cut. And it also eliminates an admin position that was directly focused on the urban forestry group. So there will be reorganizing. With respect to the services themselves, I think in the budget document, we as staff had looked first and included that it could be that digital tree survey tool, reductions in corporate outreach, and I think we have something in there about signing up people for services. I know that the urban forester, Peter Gollinger, had a conversation with John Paul from Canopy last week and had heard some concerns about some of those specific items that we had included. You know, ultimately, if this is adopted through the budget, we would need to go back and talk to Canopy and work out an amendment to their contract that would actually make the reduction. And if we were to do that, we would be very happy to talk to them and try to come to some agreement about what areas, what scopes of work could be reduced downward to have the minimum impact.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm definitely concerned, want to learn more. I mean, it was nice to hear the kind of the testimony. I think everybody who came out, very persuasive. I think in particular, Ash P., your comments were very moving and persuasive, and nice to be able to hear that perspective and the opportunities that Canopy provides for young people in the community to engage. So, and just one last question, sorry, on additional direct allocations for $235,000, is that in addition to what is kind of already the baseline of what we're providing, Magical Bridge, Cal Ave, what is it, Cal Ave, and UNAF? No, that's kind of continuing what we've done historically over the last couple of years.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rekdal.
Yeah, thank you. This is a tough budget year, so there's a lot of hard decisions. Yeah, first for the Canopy, it seems, was Canopy involved in the decision what to cut? And if, for example, if they were to reduce the budget by 40,000, are we cutting the things that they think are the low-hanging fruit?
Well, what you have before you is a staff recommendation, and again, this was staff's initial proposal for where the reductions would be made based on the service agreements that we have in place. As Director Eggleston pointed out, I think Canopy has a different perspective on what might be the better services for reduction. So that's a conversation to be had.
Okay, so I think that'd be useful for finance to hear that discussion of what's the impact of cutting this 40,000, and are there better services to cut in forestry that would have less impact on the native environment? Second, nonprofit funding. Yeah, this is tricky too. The nonprofit funding became very complicated last year, and I thought the finance committee made a good decision. I thought they simplified and said, if you're human services, we're going to run you through his wrap. If you're programming, we're going to run through council. I think that's a cleaner way of operating this. You look at the phase 1 people who didn't get money, there's some really good groups in there, and it pains me, but hopefully next year we can right-size his wrap and run that through. I think that's going to be the best way to do things. Can you bring up packet page 28? Oh, wait, 208? And this talks about reapportioning. How does that work? We're taking money that was not spent in this budget. We also have a policy that if we have a budget excess, that is split between different groups. Is this treated like a budget excess, or is it a budget transfer from last year to this year?
Perhaps the city clerk can take a minute to bring it up so we're all on the same page.
Back at page 208.
Yes, so this is relating to the capital reappropriation. So just to give context for council and members of the public, the budget for capital is a 5-year plan. As noted earlier, we have $1.2 billion and 200 projects. Given the complexity and the funding for a project, it is very typical that the timeline will vary and the cost will vary. So the reappropriation process is an efficient process wherein the council approves the plan, and then at the end of each year, appropriations or the budget that is unspent is carried over through this budget process that comes before council multiple times of the year. I think importantly for council and the committee, finance committee to understand is in that process, before council is presented with these reappropriations, they're called reaps, staff has done the due diligence to review, how many of these projects can be closed out, how many of these projects have funding that have been reduced because of, better pricing from bidding process, reduction of scopes, et cetera. So they've done that homework as a part of every single reap request before the council. So this list here shows what we've reappropriated in 27 as a part of the 27 budget and in the 5-year plan.
Okay, so this is all capital projects that is just rolling over to next year then?
Correct.
Did we roll more budgets out of next year into the following year to make room for that? Because we only have a certain workforce.
Say that again?
So we're adding more money from this year, we're rolling that into next year. But we also have a limited workforce. We can't do an infinite amount of work. And so if we're putting more work into next year's budget, then if you look at those tasks that were originally in the 5-year plan scheduled for next year, do some of those roll over to 28?
All right, so let me decouple what I hear as maybe 2 questions. One is a function of technical budgeting, right? This is where the budget has a certain appropriation for the project, the money is unspent, and it's also not tied to a contract. So we as staff want it to be carried over so the project still has its funding. So that's what reap is.
Yep.
Okay. The other aspect is, and that is a function of what's approved in the plan. The other question, if I hear you correctly, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken, is staff capacity to manage and support the portfolio. And certainly, I think in Finance Committee workshop, we've talked about that. And so as we look at staff reductions, it will impact in the near term, some, capacity we'll have to take on either the work plan or council priorities and initiatives. And so
But if you look at this
wanted to be transparent about that.
Yeah, 30% of the capital projects didn't get completed last year. So we're rolling that in, and so next year we have 130% allocated or scheduled. I don't think we're gonna get that all done. So have we reduced the scope of what we plan to do next year so that it's achievable?
Good evening, Robert Valanciunas, Budget Manager. As part of the reappropriation process, as Director Light pointed out, we do a fine-tooth comb in analysis between these projects, and part of it is understanding the resources we have available, as well as from a scheduling perspective of when we think contracts will get awarded. As part of that process, we will then reallocate the funds, maybe not even to the next year, but then push out even into outer years. So it's not only what you're seeing that was appropriated in the current year that we're going to move to 27, but there's also unspent fund that you'll see that's falling to fund balance that would then get reappropriated in different years as part of the budgetary process. So we are looking at it from a resource perspective as well, aligning it with schedules.
So there's a cascade of tasks pushing forward?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't go to the buffet table and we have too much on our plate and there's no way we can finish it.
No, so as part of that process, that's how we're able to balance out the budget for the capital to make sure that the projects are getting the appropriate funding at the time that's needed and in alignment with those resources. So it's not all being compounded all into 1 year.
Okay, because 30%, we only did 70% of the capital projects, and I just don't want to repeat that.
You know, I think there may be an assumption that we should correct, and it's that there was not implicitly an expectation that the 30% represents projects that are not, or that were intended to be complete, but that were not complete. That's not the case here. Okay. In the case of CIP, we have multi-year projects. Let's take, for example, any large project will take more than a year to construct, just the construction period itself. But we need to budget for the entire construction contract at the beginning of that contract because we need to appropriate the funds in order to pay the contractor. So you'll show the dollars there and then it's carried forward into the following year, not because the project's delayed, but that's just the nature of budgeting versus cash flow.
That's a good distinction, thank you. So this could be multi-year projects. Okay, and one last thing, Foothills Park, I'm still nervous about that. I was part of the group that looked at cutting by 37%. And in the finance, we said, it sounded like, it was like, well, we don't think another 10% is going to be that painful. Well, we already have cut 37, and I'm really worried that that took us a lot of work to look at where we could cut 37%, and I'm nervous that we may be unintentionally damaging the environment.
Is it okay? I think Director O'Kane may be ready to speak.
Good evening, council members. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Department. So I did confirm with my open space staff that reduction was our drought reduction that we're no longer doing. So this would be a 10% reduction on the normal watering schedule that we would do when we're not in a drought. So it brings us to, the 10% reduction brings us to a level 1 drought water conservation.
Okay, very good. So we went down by 37, but some of those I think we identified as sites that we never thought should be watered. And so were those permanent? Of that 37, how much was permanent and how much was just temporary?
That I don't know. I will also add that, you know, the team that worked on this with, you had mentioned Darren Anderson, they're all still here at the city. And so they have that knowledge and that information. So I'm confident that the reductions are going to be okay, and they know where they need to keep watering. They know where it's okay to not water or to reduce, and they'll keep monitoring it throughout the year and can make adjustments as needed.
Okay. I mean, I think a short summary would be really valuable to give to finance next week so that they know exactly what they're getting in for.
Happy to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for all the hard work on finance. I remember that work, and it's important and necessary, but it's so hard, and to staff as well. Thank you. I'd like to talk about accelerating the quiet zones. In the city manager's supplemental memo, he stated that to continue to accelerate this work into the next fiscal year, which I think we've all discussed from the dais, or many of us have discussed, is really quite desirable, given that quiet zones help address an important facet of the community's concern. The memo said to continue to accelerate this work into the next fiscal year, following successful recruitment efforts, funding would be needed for a limited term position or ongoing hourly project manager. So I'd like to know what the fiscal 27 appropriation would be for that, and did Finance Committee discuss it?
So I would say, yes, the Finance Committee did discuss it, and in fact, what you have as a recommendation is in advancing the funds to next year, or to the 27 fiscal year, for design and construction to occur in the following year. So it does represent moving funds forward for that purpose.
What you stated is in fact reflected in what Finance seems to be recommending.
I believe that's accurate to the extent that we have, well, to be frank, we don't have exact figures at this point, but the advancing of the funds does give us the capacity to do that.
Great, thank you. Regarding track watch monitors, I agree with much of what's been said. Very much appreciate that additional funding for the 4 months that get us from March through next June. Is there presumed to be shared by the school district with the uncertainty there? We can't speak for another entity, of course. What I want to offer is, with an eye toward the conversation we're going to have later about Churchill, we've heard repeatedly that our track monitors have worked in the past, that we have seen no suicides at the tracks when track monitors were present. In contrast, we have had a number of suicides at our tracks when they haven't been present. So I would like to see this allocation of funding for track watch monitors baked in as an assumption going forward beyond fiscal 27 into fiscal 28, even perhaps until grade separation happens. I would hate to see this year over year over year be a painful conversation the community has to have when I think we have all the evidence and data, if you will, that we need, that they serve as a deterrent, and we can't afford to not have them. Regarding Canopy, I really appreciate that the community came out, and the comments about, I think from the CEO, that South Palo Alto has about half of the Canopy presence. And we all know that it looks and feels different on the south end versus the north, and that is historic and valid for all kinds of reasons. And yet we are building new neighborhoods in the south. Particularly the San Antonio area plan contemplates a very coherent approach to what thousands of new residents will experience by way of neighborhood, and trees and open space and parks are going to be a huge facet of their enjoyability in that new Palo Alto neighborhood. So in my view, now is the time to be doubling down on our partnership with Canopy, not going in the other direction. And so I second the concerns about maybe we ought to look at that 10% that's being cut, the $40-some thousand. To Councilmember Liu's point about oversized vehicles, this has got to be one of the most pressing concerns we are facing as a community, both the impacts of RV dwellers on the residences and businesses outside of which they park, and the needs of these folks who live in the vehicles, who are some of our most vulnerable. And Councilmember Liu pointed out that the funds that might go toward addressing both sides, if you will, the enhanced enforcement and the enhanced efforts to provide safe parking, are TBD items. I think he alluded to millions of dollars. They're not yet in this budget. We're actively talking as an OSV committee, ad hoc committee, about both sides, and for example, a potential new lot. And so I hate the thought that we will find ourselves saying, wow, we didn't budget for that. And it's a large enough sum of money that I'd feel much more comfortable knowing that this has kind of made it out of the parking lot. As for nonprofit funding, it's such a big issue. I have 1 minute left. I might take 2 minutes, given that some of my colleagues have. But I'm trying to understand which nonprofits go in which bucket and why. And I still don't know. I think we have his rep, and we have, operating services to which 5.4 million is directed, and then we have direct allocations, and we have additional direct allocations. And I'm just finding myself yearning, as I'm sure we all are, for greater clarity around what's what and why. I have a specific question for Director Lay. When we say in option D that the dollar amounts articulated in option D include 193K, which is, quote, the remainder of the 317K. And I find myself going, what is the 317K? Can you succinctly answer that for me, please?
I think it's to get us to last year's or the current year funding level, but it does not actually appropriate those dollars to specific nonprofits again.
I'd like to say that Palo Alto Recreation Foundation has taken over management of our CalAV entertainment activation, what we used to call Third Thursday, what we're now calling, I'm not quite sure, but music and fun festivities. And in my view, is doing the work city staff would be doing if our staff had enough bandwidth, which they don't, and so we've outsourced it. And I would worry if PARF had to ask year over year for support, because they're really doing us quite a service by filling that gap. So I feel like I'd like to see it in operating services, if my understanding of what operating services means is correct, but maybe it's not. again, I just hope that they are not, we have sought their help, and I hate the thought that they would come to us year over year to have to ask for money to do what it is we've asked them to do. It feels a little odd. The last thing that I'll say is I support the Finance Committee's recommendation of option C for nonprofit work plan. That's me talking. Interesting, thank you. Okay, given our budget challenges, this is not a year to be increasing funding for anything without a very compelling reason. The nonprofit phase one has been complicated, confusing, and burdensome for staff and our nonprofit communities alike. I would like to see us take the proper time to sort it out, be ready to fund it in fiscal 28, which would put it on the same schedule as HISRAP. Maybe some more nonprofits would properly belong in HISRAP, and we'll have the opportunity to sort that out. So as I said, for this budget, I'm in favor of moving forward with the Finance Committee's recommendation of option C, which does not recommend additional phase one funding. Thank you.
So thanks once again to my colleagues on finance and to staff for all the work that goes into this. I do recall it as well. I have a couple clarifying questions and then some substantive thoughts and questions. Just first, I'm just not sure I'm understanding what you're trying to tell me with respect to the utility rates. The 2027 proposed electric, where it talks about finance having recommend that electric go from 6 to 4.5%, but we still have 6% in the chart. So when you calculate out all the rest of the things and end up with the $800,000, et cetera, which was used?
Great question. So the slide represents what's in the proposed budget. And so we have not calculated through the impact of the electric fund. If you'd like that impact, we have it at a high level for the utility fund and also for the general fund. But the table typically just represents the impact of the residential bill, but it's based on what's in the proposed budget so far. So maybe Clerk, if you could put that up. So the electric fund in the proposed budget includes 6%. And so the fiscal impact is not reflected on slide 5.
Oh, slide 6.
Slide 6. And so the fiscal impact of that has not been incorporated because what's incorporated in the Finance Committee budget adjustment, as noted by Committee Member Burt, is what came out of May 5th and 6th study sessions. The electric and gas utility rates were addressed by the committee a few weeks prior. Would you like the fiscal impact? Okay. So the approximate general fund impact on the electric fund is about maybe $150,000 on the utilities user tax. However, as noted by committee member earlier in the briefing, reducing that rate increase down to 4.5% would reduce the revenue, predominantly going towards the increasing the hydro reserves. I believe it was $6 million over 1 year, and we're going to spread that over 2 years. And so the impact to the utility funds would be about $2.5 million.
Okay. All right, that's helpful, thank you. And then I just wanted to speak generally about the nonprofit partnerships. After we went through the allocation process last year, and the vice mayor suggested that most of this be directed to HISRAP. I think that the issue is that, as was mentioned, that not everybody qualifies for HISRAP. And so it seems to me that, and I think we pretty much concurred, those of us that went through it last year, that if something's HISRAP eligible, let HISRAP sort that out. Like, we really shouldn't be, they should see the full picture. If we need more funding, I think Councilmember Burt mentioned, or somebody did, then we should do it there. And so that, I think, still holds, and I'm hearing that theme now from the Finance Committee as well. So I think the majority of us feel that HISRAP eligible stuff, let's get HISRAP right and do it there. And then ongoing contracts, I think, are things that, because both we and the contractee need to have some certainty. That can be dealt with in sort of its own course. But I do think, just like all of our contracts, they need to be evaluated on a regular basis. We don't just re-up them just because they're there and because we've always done it. The city evolves, the world evolves, the entities evolve, and so we should check and see, are those appropriate allocations? So I hope and trust that the Finance Committee is looking at those. What I think the question is that we need to think about for the nonprofit partnerships is who, how, and where we look at new or additional programs. So it could be from the same or new groups, and those that do not fall into his rep. And there were some of those, and in order to evaluate them, though, what we found ourselves yearning for, and staff was, sort of, since we were building the whole process as we were, sailing it, staff was bringing them to us. But I think when we look at those remaining nonprofit partners, and do they serve a need that our citizens either have come to expect or we feel we have not previously provided, but we should, in order to sort that out, we need to know the backdrop against which we're making decisions. We need to know, what other services are out there of that kind, what is the need, that kind of thing. So I would, just zooming out, that's how I would go about this whole question. So what exact numbers, I'm not going to get into that with just having had this for an hour tonight and give thoughts on that, but I trust that the Finance Committee will look carefully at those generic considerations that I've mentioned.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, please.
Because I want to know if that's sort of a referral to finance, because what you said, pretty much everything you said, I happen to agree with, but the thing that we have not done is we have not looked at what we're calling the nonprofits, which we shouldn't, we agree that, because they're really a partnership. And some of those partnerships are literally contracts, and some of them are that plus something else. But in this recommendation, we haven't looked at that at all. In fact, we're just passing it on from last year. So whatever X asked for last year, we're assuming that's their need this year, which could be correct. It could have been that they said, no, I really need 20K more. We don't know that. So at this point in time, we're passing this over here. And the process for sorting that out, I totally agree, is work still to be done, which is a note I made about 45 minutes ago on here. But the question is how to do that. And that's a question that I don't know we can solve in this process unless council wants to debate it, because it's possible that that goes back to P&S, or it's possible that council says, we want you to come up, Finance Committee, with an assessment of how we do this, because you may need more or less some year. Somebody might come in that's a good competitor to you, and we might want to choose to split it up. I mean, there's all kinds of, parameters there that we might want to be looking at. And that, for us, so far, is not on our agenda. So I'm asking at this point, what do you think we ought to do about that? Is it something you want us to dig into? Because that's going to take a bunch of time.
My initial thought is that the sort of the second bucket I described, these ongoing contracts that we've had for years that are fairly sizable, I am fine with the Finance Committee looking into those and deciding, like, I don't remember, for example, if Magical Bridge was 100K last year or 150K. I see it's 150 last year. Okay, so that's just, so those are all static. That's what I think the Vice Mayor asked. Yeah, I would actually like that. But then on the new and additional programs, I think that has to be part of the skinny down nonprofit program partnership that I would think is just too burdensome for finance to grapple with in that detail. That would be my instinct.
Okay.
Yeah, and since I'm over time, I'm going to stop myself and see if anyone has anything more. Otherwise, I'm going to ask the rest of my questions. Okay, seeing no lights. Yeah, thank you for that. Canopy, I hope that finance does get a chance, get some perhaps more emails beyond, and that you can look at what staff is saying and the more specific things we've heard from the Canopy director and look more carefully at those cuts and assess them, and whether or not, it's just hard to be sort of presuming things in cuts about another entity's budget. So I understand that in this tough year, we have to do that, but I would like us to do that a little more directly, to see if we really, really think we need them. Then the accelerating quiet zones, I just want to +1 to Councilmember Lithcott-Hames' comments. I was asked recently by a community member why we stopped funding, when you actually moved on to the track guards, sorry. When we asked why we stopped funding them, and I said, I don't really recall a decision. I think it just kind of expired. And so that's what you want to prevent against. And I agree that that's something we should talk about as a council. I would prefer to flip it, that the burden would be on us to end it when we think we've reached a point, hopefully, where we feel we can. The OSVs, I'm nervous about that as well, this big plug number. We'll have to see what will happen in terms of our need. Will it go up or down due to home key, due to towing? Home key could take it down, towing more could bring it up. It's just hard to know where that will go, but that's a huge thing that we need to look at more carefully. But could you just quickly explain to me this $200,000 for the Gang Road September through June financing? You described it, but could you tell me again why? I mean, if FY starts in July, do we have July-August funding, and then this picks up in September? And what exactly is that 200K versus the other OSV? Deputy City Manager, welcome.
Thank you. Not a loud person, so I was waiting for the microphone. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. That is for ongoing services for operation at the Gang Road site for the additional spaces that the city is responsible for paying for, as opposed to those that the county already pays for. So that is to maintain what we already have at Gang Road, no expansion of spaces.
So we have it covered through August?
We have it covered through September 15th of this year.
I see, and so that's why it picks up in September.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, well, I support that. Thank you. Okay. Then lastly, I just wanted to understand a little bit more, it's a very small dollar item, but the council contingency for the council assistant. I'm just not quite following the math. So I do understand on May 5th, we had a balance of $125,000, and there will be some amount presumably allocated in the 27 budget. But the $30,000 is a reallocation of the $26. And why? And you mentioned they may start in June. That's a 6-month, so 30,000 is July through December, 6 months of the 60, so it's half the 60, is that what we're doing? Okay.
It's going to be 30,000 for the 6-month period. And typically the unspent council contingency expires and doesn't roll forward. And so I don't think there was a desire to use 27's appropriation for this, considering when council approved it, it was based on the understanding that we had a balance available in 26.
Right.
So we wanted to honor that and then propose that we carry the 26 funding forward into 27. So
Okay.
That's the background on that recommendation.
That's great, and I agree with that, because we were trying to take it out of the FY26, but yet it'll be expended in FY27, so that's good. I did want to say that I do think that we should do some modest evaluation in like month 5 with I know the clerk's office has graciously said they'll manage this person, and so perhaps we can briefly poll council and the clerk's office to see if we need to have a reallocation, because it would need to be effective, Jan 1, and we don't do the budget relook until February, so perhaps we can, but it's a small dollar amount, and so whoever's in charge of contingency could do it again out of that, or we could pull it into some other category. So if we could find some mechanism to do that. because otherwise it just necessarily peters out before we get to the mid-year budget review, I think.
Correct. So because it's a pilot, it's a limited term duration hire with the set appropriation. So I think at some point, council would need to decide whether or not to extend it. And the next process for that is typically mid-year, which is February.
That's exactly what I was saying, and that's a problem because it doesn't dovetail. So in other words, I totally agree. That's why I'm suggesting in year month 5, which is November, that we do evaluate it, and that, but if that's November, that's not February. So this poor person is sitting there going, what happens to me? So I'm just suggesting that we figure out some way to deal with that small time gap. And I'm asking what that might be.
I guess as a council, it would probably be an actual item on the agenda, or I think similar to the way it was taken up. It was an item on the floor, brought up by a council member, and then there was a discussion about it. So I think we've heard this feedback, Mayor. I think I'll bring it back to committee and then also figure out, agenda setting, how to incorporate it.
Yeah, that'd be great. I just think that, there will be a human who's wondering. At some point, we need to answer that, and I don't think we want to say, go away for the month of January, we'll deal with it in February. And we could do the contingency again, but it seems like by then we'll know, how we want to handle it, whether we want to terminate it or extend it or whatever. So that's all.
If I could, Mayor, I do want to just clarify. I think that's a referral back to the Finance Committee for further consideration of the recommendation that's come forward. Because at this point, again, it does reflect ending it in December. So I think based on your suggestion, it might be appropriate to extend it through, say, February or an appropriate date.
Yeah, whatever. That's great. If the finance can think about that. It is a pilot, and we need to figure out what to do with the pilot, but I'm trying to do it in an appropriate way. So thank you. Councilmember Lescott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This conversation reminds me that with my policy and services hat on, we have an agenda item tomorrow night to look at the nonprofit work plan. And it would be very helpful to get direction from council as to what's headed back to finance on this, if any of it is headed back to P&S right now on this. I'm not sure that we are well-equipped in this time frame to have a meaty conversation about what it should be tomorrow night. I feel like if option C passes, we're not allocating anything this year. So let's take the time for P&S to flesh out, or Human Relations Commission or other entities to figure out what this is going to look like in fiscal '28.
Okay, I don't know exactly the nature of the agenda item tomorrow, but I agree we can't have a meaty conversation on it now.
Phase 1 process refinements.
Okay. Well, maybe you can take up some of this conversation that started tonight and make referrals back. Okay, I see no further lights, so going once, going twice. All right, with thanks to all and with wishes of good luck to the Finance Committee on its next go-around before we see you all again, I will thank everyone and we will move on. Okay, so let's move to the consent calendar. We only have 2 items tonight on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
No, Mayor, there are no requests to speak on consent calendar items 5 and 6.
Okay, excellent. I would then entertain a motion to approve or a registration of any no votes or requests to pull or recusals.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seeing no other lights, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Of course. Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lethcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Rechtel?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. All right, then we are at city manager comments, and we'll let you do them this week.
Well, and actually, thank you. I appreciate that, but I will be really quick because most of what I have got, you've already mentioned. So next slide, please. have not mentioned that we have our Bike to Work Day this week, Thursday, I believe. And Thursday's going to be a really busy day. So if you're riding your bike, get ready for some action. You can, as always, expect to see our Energizer stations around town, and look forward to hopefully seeing folks on two wheels around this week. Next slide, please. Because, so on Thursday, we have our home key celebration. So you could start out wherever you start your commute, come down to City Hall, then go out to San Antonio for the home key celebration. To be honest, I probably won't be on two wheels doing all of this, but if you choose to, it is from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Thursday. Look forward to seeing community members there and celebrating this milestone with our partner Life Moves. Next slide, please. And on Friday is our police memorial, as well as celebrating National Police Week. Thank you for the earlier special order of the day. The annual memorial will occur on Friday, May 15th, 9 a.m. at Memorial Grove, which is located at Cogswell Plaza at 264 Lytton Avenue. Next slide, please. Okay, and then the final slide here to note upcoming agenda items next week. You have the Coverly Master Plan and CEQA review coming back, as well as discussion of development options at 156 California Ave, as well as a retail revitalization policy and ordinance for your consideration. On June 1st, actually, let me also note there is a Trace Road development proposal that is also on the consent calendar for next week. That's May 18th. And if that were to be pulled from consent, would need to be heard also next week on May 18th. Then looking forward, the following meeting you have is on June 1st. You will have a study session on the automated license plate reader program we have with our police department, the annual CDBG Community Development Block Grant plan, SB 79, which was on a prior agenda and again is time sensitive in order to have the council direction in time for the July implementation date for some of SB 79's provisions, the Cal Avenue outdoor activation next steps, and Crescent Park traffic calming. I would note that that agenda is probably overloaded, and so as of next week, we may have further information by which to determine what gets pushed off. It is possible that the Crescent Park traffic calming item may need to get pushed to one of the following agendas, which is on June 8th and June 15th. June 15th really being the last meeting of your fiscal year and your budget adoption. With that, Mayor, that completes my comments. Back to you.
Excellent. Okay, well, it is time for our break, and so we will recess and come back at 7:15. All right, good evening. We're going to reconvene and address our action items, starting with item 7, 3781 El Camino Real, which is a public hearing and a quasi-judicial matter. So we need order in the chamber, and I'll turn to staff.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Stephen Switzer from our office, senior planner with our office, will give the presentation for this item.
All right, well, good evening. Let's take a trip to 3781 El Camino Real. To orient ourselves here, we are looking at 4 assessor parcels. They are zoned neighborhood commercial CN, as well as medium density multiple family residence district RM30. Some of the adjacent land uses would be commercial and residential. And moving along to provide a brief overview of the project. Existing on those 4 parcels is approximately 10,000 square feet of commercial space and 14 existing residential units. So the project proposes to construct a 7-story high building with 183 units. The unit mix is detailed on the screen, ranging from studios up to 3 bedrooms, and there would be 23 below market rate units included in the proposal. There's 215 parking spaces, 183 would be EV ready, and 36 are tandem. There's 144 long-term bike spaces, and a ministerial lot merger for the merging of the 4 parcels is also associated with this development. So moving along, how did we get here? Back in February of 2024, a Senate Bill 330 application was submitted. Following that, on June 10th of 2024, a major architectural review application was submitted to our office. And following that, in September of 2025, the applicant requested consideration under some new state legislation, Assembly Bill AB 130. And we recently went to the Architectural Review Board, which received approval of 3-0 on January 15th of this year. And that brings us to this meeting tonight. So moving on, a background of that Architectural Review Board recommendation as detailed in the staff report and attachment F. The items in bold were incorporated into the project design. Of those items on the screen, those were proposed by the Architectural Review Board as conditions of approval for the project that council should consider. And moving along, we have some state law constraints for the project. This is a builder's remedy project as defined in the Assembly Bill 1893. The project may not be denied based on an inconsistency with the zoning ordinance or comprehensive land use plan. And the project could be denied if a finding of, say, a specific adverse impact on public health or safety that could not be, say, mitigated or avoided with a condition of approval. The city may also only require compliance with objective standards that would apply to the project. And this project is proposed on a site that's in the El Camino Real focus area and is compliant with those standards for density as the qualifier for the builder's remedy project. So moving along, state density bonus law also affords the applicant some waivers and concessions from applicable standards, and Assembly Bill 130 also exempts infill housing projects from CEQA, and in tandem with that sets some strict timelines for city review and decision. And for informational purposes, conformance with those objective standards are provided in attachments C and D, and in the draft record of land use action at the very beginning, we have a list of those waivers and concessions that are requested by the applicant. And with that, as noted before, the applicant is pursuing, and the city considered the project exempt to Assembly Bill AB 130, and that is a new recently new legislation that allows for a statutory exemption. It limits project hearings to 5 and sets some strict timelines for tribal consultation and project approval or disapproval within 30 days following the completion of tribal consultation. And on to the recommendation. Staff is recommending that City Council consider the project exempt from CEQA in accordance with that Assembly Bill AB 130 and approve the Major Architecture Review Board application based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval subject in the draft record of land use in attachment B. And the applicant is here and has a presentation as well, and I can entertain any questions.
All right, thank you. Well, let's hear from the applicant first, and we can come back for questions after that. So go ahead and step forward, and you have up to 10 minutes to present. Welcome.
Members of the City Council and City staff, thank you for the opportunity to present 3781 El Camino Real, our 100% residential housing project. My name is Peter Giovanotto, and I'm here tonight representing my family who own the site. And no, you are not experiencing deja vu right now. In April, I was before you to introduce a nearby development project, which was 3606 El Camino. Different location, same great team. My family's owned and assembled the 3781 El Camino Real site for well over 25 years, which is just another way to say that we're a longtime local family that's committed to providing housing for Palo Alto. With its proximity to both jobs and transit, this site has been recognized by the City Council as a location suitable for higher density housing within the El Camino Real corridor. We're delighted to bring this project forward as a meaningful contribution toward meeting our city's housing needs. With that, I'll hand it over to Marissa Riley, our development manager with Ceres Regis, to dive into the details.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Marissa Riley. I'm a project manager with Ceres Regis Group of Northern California. We're really happy to be back in front of you presenting another housing project for Palo Alto. As Peter mentioned, we were here just last month. I'd like to begin with just acknowledging how wonderful staff has been to work with on this project as well. Stephen and team has been helpful and collaborative throughout the 2-year process that we've taken to move this project through entitlement. And as Stephen mentioned, this is a builder's remedy project. So while it's not the typical process that we're used to seeing, we hope that you'll see that we've taken tremendous care to design a building that's thoughtful, contextually sensitive. It really brings Palo Alto's vision for the future of Palo Alto and housing to light. So next slide, please. Same team that we presented on 3606, we have BD Architecture, the Gazzardo Partnership, and Kieran Wright. All 3 of these firms together have over 150 years of Bay Area experience. Ceres Regis has been building in the Bay Area for 30 years, and then we're working with the Giovanotto family who's owned this property for decades at this point. Next slide, please. Wanted to offer just a few images of interiors of projects that have been delivered to nearby communities over the past 3 years. These projects reflect our approach. We build where it matters, near transit and amenities that people want to use, and then we build it so well that people want to live there. Next slide, please. Central to this project are the community benefits. This project brings 183 new homes to Palo Alto, including 23 affordable units. It directly advances Palo Alto's RENA commitments. It provides housing for a range of residents, from studios all the way up through family units. It provides a safer, more walkable El Camino Real frontage, and it builds on Palo Alto's vision for the future of El Camino Real. Next slide, please. Last May, the city adopted the El Camino Real Focus Area Plan that raised the maximum allowable density and changed several development standards with the intent of ushering housing production in the area. The property at 3781 is included in that Focus Area Plan. The design of 3781 is largely in line with the objective standards that were put forth in that focus area, and certainly in line with the main intent: bring housing to El Camino Real. To name just a few of the other alignments, the proposed project is within the height and the density standards. It's 100% housing and includes affordable housing, and enhances the ground floor experience along El Camino Real. Next slide, please. And it's an ideal place for housing. This is an infill site. It's a transit-rich location. There's a bus line right outside, a bus stop right outside this project. There's a newly installed Class 4 protected bike lane running along El Camino Real, and it's about 1 mile from the California Ave Caltrain station. Next slide, please. Here's a few images of the existing conditions, and you can see there's a real opportunity for improvement here. Along El Camino Real, the site is currently developed by older one-story commercial buildings and lower density cottage-style apartments, including a large parking lot. The site is really ripe for transformation and will be catalytic for the area. Next slide, please. So the next 3 slides just move through the progression of the design since we originally submitted the SB 330 application in February of 2024. You can see it was, just the beginning of a thought 2 years ago. And if you move to the next slide, this picture illustrates the project that was provided in the full planning application in June of 2026 or 2024. And then if we move to the next slide, after years of city input and public hearing, we arrived at this project that you can see in front of you, which offers a real sense of place. I did want to just touch on a few examples of the way the ARB and city staff comments have been incorporated into the project that have helped to craft a better design. Move to the next slide. So the ARB member suggested that expanding the patios on the podium level would enhance livability and activate the building's street presence. And we did just that. We took a look at the podium level and said, how can we better these units, better the usable open space for these residents, and incorporated that change. And also just sort of activates that building's tie to the street frontage. Next slide. ARB and staff also recommended that we take a look at the internal bike circulation along with sort of our trash circulation system. One suggestion that we heard was including a pathway that connected the bike storage facility to the garage that would provide egress out kind of a side alley that would allow easier access for cyclists getting in and out of that long-term storage. And we did just that. That was an excellent suggestion. And then similarly, we originally had our trash staging internal to the building, and both staff and ARB recommended that we reconfigure some of the frontage along Kirtner so that we could have a more efficient trash staging. So this allows us to not have to stage trash on the street at all, but instead on the trash hauling days, the haulers will just come into this room that fronts Kirtner and is easily able to move that trash out. Next slide, please. We also heard some feedback on the Kirtner frontage. The ARB recommended that we rethink our garage entry materials, add visual interest to the blank flanking walls on either side of the garage entry, and improve the parking structure screening, particularly from the adjacent properties. We took all of those comments to heart, and we redesigned the garage entry to better integrate with the architecture, added trellises on either side to activate that frontage, and then enhanced the parking screening strategy with a combination of decorative garage materials, trellises, and trees. Next slide, please. We've also taken a look at the sight lines. This was an item that came up on the 3606 project, and we want to make sure we got ahead of it here. Building projects that ensure safe conditions for all street users is paramount for both the project team and the city. To ensure we are adding projects to the community that usher in safe street conditions, we engaged Gary Black of Hexagon Transportation to review this condition. We've committed to conducting a traffic analysis in our conditions of approval, and will incorporate the reasonable recommendations that the transportation group advises. We'd also like to note that this project conforms with the city's objective standards of having the garage entries off of El Camino Real, so we have a 1 point of egress on Kirtner Avenue, which we believe creates a much safer condition than the alternative. Next slide, please. And then finally, just circling back to the core of this project, 3781 El Camino Real is exactly the type of infill housing project Palo Alto wants to see. It delivers 183 new homes, 23 affordable units. It transforms an underutilized site into a vibrant transit-oriented community, and it directly advances the city's vision for housing along El Camino Real. We respectfully ask for your approval so we can move forward and bring these homes to Palo Alto. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, well, thank you very much. Colleagues, since this is a quasi-judicial matter, I assume we should do any disclosures? I'm looking at the city attorney.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so let me ask if anyone has any disclosures for this matter. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I met with the applicant and did not receive any information that has not been in the record.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, thank you. I've also met with the applicant and have not received any information that isn't on the record.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, I want to see if there's any clarifying questions for either staff or the applicant from those presentations, and then we will go to public comment. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask at this point? All right, seeing none, is there any public comment?
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised for action item 7.
All right, thank you very much. We will then close public comment, bring it back to the dais for any motion and discussions about this application. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'd just like to start by saying this is why the El Camino focus area was created, and now it's being expanded. And delighted to see an enthusiastic partner design a nice structure within the general requirements and add to, as you called it, the housing vision along El Camino. So very, very supportive. Thank you.
Well, I would like to echo those comments and add that I really appreciate that the applicant has really only used the builder's remedy elements for some fairly minor allowances that I think are reasonable, and that it's an applicant who, despite having a prerogative to kind of break the bank on these things, has worked within our El Camino guidelines and our existing zoning to have something that is very close to it, and then taken to heart a number of the recommendations of the Architectural Review Board and staff, and I think it's to be commended. The community hasn't yet seen what 85-foot buildings up and down El Camino are going to look like, and I think we're yet going to have a little bit of a shock when these are built. But I think, given the circumstances, it's a good design. It's thoughtful about its alternative transportation approaches, like its bike access. And the one thing that I'd still push is for all these projects to really look at what are adjacent shared vehicles, Zipcar type programs that really do cut down on parking demand. So other than that, I really think it's a commendable project.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. We'll echo the comments made by my colleagues. I appreciate housing on El Camino. I appreciate the thoughtful design of the bike room and bike access onto the El Camino bike path. I also really appreciate the process with ARB. As I saw that application first come in, I was really worried about the aesthetics of the building, and it has made a lot of progress. You know, I might have some aesthetic gripes. I might have some regrets that we can't require some element of replacement retail on this site, where I think it could actually be economically valuable. That said, I am happy to move forward with this. I will also note that we did get a public comment asking about renter protections and relocation, and by implication, relocation bonuses, payments, and things like that. We already discussed that in the previous previous meetings on similar projects. So I understand that tenants would be eligible for any relocation bonuses. So just wanted to put that out for the record. Thanks.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to just join my colleagues in expressing real satisfaction with this project. I won't reiterate what's already been said, just +1 it, +2 it, +3 it. Really appreciate that you've mentioned to council how positive your working relationship with staff has been. It's so great for us to hear that feedback and for people beyond this room to hear that feedback as we endeavor to be a city that builds more housing. I happen to live in this part of the city. I'm just south off Maybell and the Walgreens corner. And so when I drive north in El Camino, I'm struck by how blighted this portion of El Camino at times looks. So I just very excited by the notion of, the El Camino focus area, grateful to my colleagues who came up with that idea. And I know your family said, hey, we want to be included in that. You heard it was happening. You said, we own more, we own some of that land that isn't quite included. And could we increase it? You're really responsible for that. So I feel, the satisfaction and gratitude even that you wanted to partner with the city that you call home. You've got the 3606, which came last month, 321 units, I think. This one, when you first told me about it, was 177 units. Now it's 183. So the numbers keep getting better. And then you've got your forest proposal. And so I think, it's just, it looks like it's a partnership that's working. And I think that's going to be to the benefit of many people. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, thank you for the application. I too am quite happy with it. It's big. It's going to be a big building. That's good. We'll provide a lot of housing. It will be a big change for the neighborhood. But for a big building, I think you broke up the facade nicely. I think it will fit in. People get used to it. I think overall it's a good thing. My biggest complaint is bike parking. You have only about a half parking spot per bedroom, which is not a lot. And so all it takes is a couple biking couples and all of a sudden the bike room is full. So I would consider looking at that and really scrubbing that. This is 1.5 miles, less than that to the Caltrain station. That's far enough that you probably don't want to walk, but a bike ride is going to be really easy. So I would really look at the demand. And you mentioned in the presentation, we have the bike lanes in El Camino. You can go up and down very easily now. So really scrub that and see, do you need more than you're designing right now? Are you going to have electric outlets in the bike room?
One, I'll just say that I appreciate those comments, and I think that's a great note, and we can certainly look into that to see whether there's more capacity for more biking, because I think the point is heard that it's right on that Class 4 bike lane, and this makes it really convenient for people to bike there. In terms of having the electrical outlets there, we haven't gotten to that point of design yet. That's sort of the next phase for us, but that's a great comment, and we'll have to work with the fire department, because I imagine there's there could be potential issues there, but I'm sure there's a safe way to do it.
Yeah, your insurance company may require you to have a fire cage or something like that.
Yeah, sure, but thank you for the comment.
Yeah, but especially this building's been around for a long time, and e-bikes are just in their infancy, I think. People are going to find it so convenient. You can get right where you want. You don't have to park, half a mile away and walk to your building. So I think you will have more demand in the future for biking.
That's a great point.
Okay, let's see. By the bike parking room, there's something called a pet spa. What is a pet spa?
Sure. A pet spa is an amenity that we've incorporated at a number of properties, in the last number of years, but it's a dog washing station. So folks are able to bring their pets down, and there's a place to wash and dry your pet. And it's an amenity that is pretty popular among kind of buildings like this.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I've not seen that before. That's okay. Then also, you have the co-working spaces. Will those be free, or will you be renting them out? How's that work?
Those will be free for residents. So for folks who are working from home, sometimes they'll have a place to come down, and it'll be a combination of sort of shared tables where people can, work alongside one another, and little conference rooms, but people will just be able to use them at will.
Okay. I also noticed you have the both the garbage room, both the collection room, and also the staging room, which means that you have to have someone drag the garbage. You couldn't co-locate that? That didn't fit in the design?
No, that's a great comment. We originally had it co-located, so we had the trash staging room was right next to that termination point in the middle of the building. But after hearing from the trash experts in the city and then also ARB, they suggested that we move the trash staging out to Kirtner so that on hauling days it would be easier for folks to just come into that room, because otherwise we would gather the trash and then we would have to stage it on Kirtner Avenue.
Oh, yeah.
So we thought this was a better solution.
This is much better,
Yeah.
yes. But you couldn't have the room itself where the chutes come down, you couldn't have that come into the staging room?
That is, there will be some staging there, but I think just given the scale of the building, you need, a certain amount of square footage to accommodate all of those bins. That's why it needs to be in the square footage.
Hauling it back and forth is not a big deal?
Yes, staff will take care of that.
Okay. On floor 2, there's a storage room. Is that storage for management or is that storage for the residents?
I don't have the plans right in front of me, but I imagine that storage that will be rented out for residents. We find that to be another great amenity if folks just have, holiday decorations or whatever it may be, that they just can't quite fit in their one-bedroom apartment, but want to certainly have it on hand, and there's opportunities for them to store it on site.
Okay. And finally, Uber and DoorDash, do you have that parking spot for leasing? Is that going to be also used as DoorDash?
So there's one designated loading space that is internal to the garage entry. So that is what we've imagined as the place where Ubers and delivery service would come in. There's also, in terms of just other sort of loading facilities on site, we have a kind of a move-in parking space that will be near the transformer. So if you're looking at the plans sort of on the right side of the plans, that will accommodate folks with move-in vans, and that goes straight to a move-in lobby.
Yeah.
So just
That
as
was a
another
nice
point of who's parking there and how much space will they take up?
And so that that's just for people moving in, or could you use it also for Uber or DoorDash?
The intent as it's planned is just for move-ins.
Okay.
And
I noticed all the corners inside the hallways are extra large, and so if you're hauling a dresser around the corner, you don't have to tip it on the end.
Yeah, exactly. We did a lot of thinking around that move-in lobby and what's that sequence when you're hoisting a couch in to get to that elevator, and how can we make that as smooth as possible?
Okay, really good design. I thought a lot of thought went into this. What's the schedule like? When do you think you're going to break ground, and when do you think you're going to start renting?
Sure. There's a lot that we still need to work through. So at this point, hopefully we are approved tonight, and then we still need to go through all of our design. You need to go through financing. We need to get a contractor on board. And we also have 3606, which the intention is to move forward with that project first, and just to build momentum there. And so then once we have momentum there, follow with 3781.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. So you are actually the second applicant that has come here and told us that staff has been a pleasure to work with and delightful. So I just want to give extra kudos to staff, because we are in the customer service business, even when we have to say no or ask for revisions, and I just want to commend you on that. We are redefining the Palo Alto process. I bragged about it on Friday that at the Mitchell Park Place grand opening, and you had told me that it took us a mere 91 days to approval, with only 61 of them being on the city. And I said, we are redefining the Palo Alto process, and here is more evidence. So appreciate that, and I appreciate you telling us that, because it's helpful for us to know. I also appreciate the aesthetics and the efforts there, especially because it is so big, as Councilmember Rectal had said. So it really will make a difference, that extra effort that you make on how this looks. I also appreciate all the revisions that are in compliance with the ARB suggestions. That is appreciated. There was just one that I was going to ask about, but I think it got answered in your colloquy with Councilmember Rectal, because the ARB recommendations that were in bold were incorporated into the design, and one that was not was an off-street loading space. And I was going to ask you about that, but it sounds like you have the one in the garage area for Uber and delivery, and then that separate move-in spot. So those can be used that way. So good, then I don't have to worry about that one. So then the only thing that I just need to point out one nit, because I do that, is it does say that the unit mix, the 23 BMR units, is greater than the 13% minimum. I think it's technically 12.56%, which if you round up is 13, but I don't think it's over, unless I'm calculating wrong. You know, it's right there, and we do appreciate those. Those are very important to us. So always, if you can maximize those, since you tend to be here before us, just want to say we always appreciate that, but I think in this instance, we're right on it. So, colleagues, I would entertain a motion at this point. I see no lights for further discussion. I'll skip to whatever the staff recommendation. Do that, or I'll tell you what, I'll just move the staff recommendation that we consider the project exempt from CEQA in accordance with AB 130, and that we approve the major architectural review application based on the findings in the RLUA.
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? So we're following the Palo Alto process too. We're redefining it right here.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. And thank you to applicant for coming and presenting, and thank you to staff. All right. All right. All right, and with that, we will move on to item 8, our second and final action item. Then, of course, we will have the closed session at the end. So just preliminarily, item 8 is our continued item from April 15th that addresses the potential temporary closure of the Churchill crossing. So as you will recall, in recognition of both the high public interest in this topic and the difficult nature of it, Council held a special City Council meeting on Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, devoted solely to this item. And that evening, Council received a staff presentation, and we heard public testimony for several hours, and we had an initial discussion. That meeting started at 6 and ended after 10, so we spent quite a bit of time in the preliminary phases of this item. It was continued to tonight to allow for further council discussion, deliberation, and potential action. And given that we closed public comment at the April meeting, the agenda notes that no additional public testimony will be heard this evening. So I know there were a few things, questions we asked, and information we sought. And I believe staff has done some work since then and may have something more to tell us. So I'm going to turn to staff for any further information you'd like to share with us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Alex Andrade. The role tonight for me is my assistant to the city manager role. So as the mayor just indicated, yes, tonight's agenda is a continuation of last month's expedited Churchill Avenue rail crossing evaluation. And in terms of the supplemental report, it did address some of the questions that the city council had last month on a couple of items, the Churchill Avenue quiet zone, as well as the JED Foundation collaboration. For the benefit of community members that weren't here earlier during the budget study session, and perhaps those that weren't watching earlier, I think it is important to acknowledge a few key components to this body of work. So first, the quiet zone implementation along the Caltrain corridor is a city council priority. Second, last week, the Finance Committee discussed a strategy for the acceleration of the Churchill Avenue quiet zone, and of course, you all discussed that earlier as well. During the Finance Committee's review of the budget last week, accelerating the quiet zone was discussed. If the expedited plan is approved, Measure K funds would be utilized in fiscal year 2027 for design, and construction would then take place in 2028. The other Finance Committee topic discussed was the monitoring guards. There's interest in adding funding for the monitoring guards through the end of the current fiscal year, so that means additional funding would cover funding for March through June of 2027, and of course contingent upon the school district paying 50% of the estimated cost. And finally, I have a very brief presentation here, but finally, JED Foundation completed their final listening sessions virtually in April, and they're currently compiling their research findings from the stakeholder sessions, listening sessions, and focus groups to complete their overall assessment report. So that should be made public next month at the end of the month. So representatives from JED are here with us tonight, both virtual. Kurt and Katie are with us, and so what I will do after I'm done here, I'll invite them to say a few words, specifically to clarify death data record information that was shared last month. Of course, aside from JED Foundation representatives being present, Caltrain representatives are also available, as well as city staff. That concludes my presentation. I'm going to hand it off to Katie and Kurt of JED Foundation. It should be on. Fine. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just read a statement. And it begins, data from the publicly available Santa Clara Medical Examiner's data dashboard were reviewed and found to be generally consistent with broader CDC Wonder trends described in the report that we will eventually release. So consistent with CDC reporting guidance, which includes avoiding presentation publicly or in reports of death rates based on counts of 9 or fewer, we leaned on the widely available CDC Wonder data system to report our findings. Nonetheless, the dashboard itself from the Santa Clara Medical Examiner's Board was used to confirm that, in fact, multiple locations along the railway corridor in Palo Alto meet criteria for, quote, frequently used locations or suicide, quote, hotspots. Some research has basically shown that once a location is known as a so-called hotspot, priority should be given to sustained prevention efforts because of their self-perpetuating nature and their impact on those who work, live, or travel nearby. The recommended strategies that we are providing, including reducing access to lethal means, including barriers and deterrence, enhanced promotion of help seeking, increased opportunities for third-party intervention through surveillance and rapid emergency response, and adhering more closely to responsible suicide reporting guidelines. And I'll just finish by saying this last sentence. Although restricting access along railway systems can be operationally challenging and costly in the short term, that include grade separation and/or closure, such interventions may prove cost-effective over time. And this is a finding that's been shown in the literature multiple times. And that concludes my statement.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything further to report?
Not from staff. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. So colleagues, I'll bring it back to the dais for motions, discussion, and et cetera.
Is there any ad hoc input or no?
If they wish. I don't know if they've met since then.
We have not met since the April 15th council meeting.
Thank you. Then I would just invite any council member who wishes to speak to be recognized. You know, I used to teach law schools, and the looks that I would get when I was about to call on someone is kind of like this. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, You know, we had a pretty good discussion when we left off, and I think before us tonight are really the questions of the problems we're trying to solve and the ways that we'd go about doing so. And I think at the highest level, what we and the school district are trying to address is the crisis that we have in teen suicides in our community and the broader mental health, youth mental health issues that contribute to those. And to address that, even in our budget discussion, we have multiple areas where we are addressing youth mental health, where the school district is also doing so. I think that one of the things going forward, no matter how we proceed tonight, is that there's a real value to a closer collaboration between the school district and the city and our community partners who are really facilitated and into a collaborative through Project Safety Net, where we have just a large group of very capable and dedicated community partner organizations and individuals who are working to address these issues from the highest upstream youth mental health to intervention and even crisis intervention, to means restriction, and to postvention. And I just want to make sure that as much as we're all acutely aware of how traumatic these most recent events were, that we're really focused also and most of all on the big picture. But then we are left with that important part of our discussion around means restriction. And what we have seen is a number of things over the years. One, as our staff presented in our previous meeting, the data indicates that when we have had the security guards present at the crossings, we have not had any suicides at those locations. And no measure is fail-safe. So that does not absolutely prove that it cannot happen going forward, but it's a very strong indicator. We had a large petition by students and parents asking for 24/7 guards at all 4 of the crossings, which the school districts and ourselves have stepped forward and are doing. And it's important for all of us to recall is that over the 17 plus years where this has been a real crisis, and what we've called the 3 different clusters that we've had, the overwhelming majority of those suicides have occurred at night and at Charleston and Meadow. And so the question is then, what additional value would we get, and what downside impacts may we have if we did a closure at Churchill, whether it be a temporary closure or a permanent closure? And I'm not sure that we would have a discernible benefit over the 24/7 guards. And if the 24/7 guards are not adequate in some people's minds, it begs the question of then why are they deemed adequate at Meadow and Charleston and Palo Alto Avenue? On the other hand, we've seen that as this has gotten flushed out more, we better understand the negative impacts that may occur, which are public health and safety impacts, where we would be diverting high volumes of bikes to actually the same locations where we're diverting high volumes of vehicles. One on the north side of Embarcadero, the other on the south side of Embarcadero, as well as the California Avenue Bike and Ped underpass, which is not designed for current standards and would never be built today with its grade and width that we have. And then we have another public safety and public health impact, which is the impacts that would occur from additional delays of emergency vehicles. Those are not primarily about the additional distance to get to another crossing. They're about, most of all, about the additional traffic that would hold back the times of those. Unfortunately, we don't have projections on how much delay it would be. But my biggest concern is actually ambulances, even more than police or fire. And Embarcadero Road is one of our routes, not only for our own ambulances, but for county ambulances, actually from both San Mateo and Santa Clara County. And as I looked into this, I saw data that for every 1 minute delay for a cardiac arrest victim, it is a 6 to 10% increase in mortality. Similar delays for stroke and trauma victims, and also impacts on morbidity as well. So those are that accumulation of reasons are why I went from being unclear on which direction I would advocate to believing that it's probably the correct decision to not go forward with the temporary closure, or the trial closure, I should say. In part also because we're now, as you heard earlier, have really managed to accelerate the quiet zone effort, which would prioritize Churchill. And there appears to be a real dilemma that a temporary closure is not something that the FRA has a mechanism to address, and that that closure could inhibit or at least delay the ability to go forward with the quiet zone, so I basically continue to support the 24/7 guards. Tonight we gave our authorization through the end of fiscal year 2027, but by no means, in my mind, is that an implication that it would end then. That's just the fiscal year we were addressing. So that's my summary.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks to all the residents that we heard from initially and since then in public comment and emails, certainly to staff and the ad hoc who did just exhaustive work to research the issue for us and provide a lot of information for council members who now have to make a call on the issue. As a community and as a council, we clearly continue to mourn the recent deaths of students at Churchill, as well as prior deaths at other Palo Alto grade crossings. Just contemplating, losing a child, losing a really close friend, losing one of our own young residents. It's just beyond devastating and hard to even talk about. So obviously, the idea of closing Churchill was brought up as a way to prevent more suicides in the sort of copycat vein. And that was initiated, at least formally, by the ex-superintendent of PAUSD, asking for us to look at that and probably close it. The public discussions that started on that at the initial listening session that was co-sponsored by the city and PAUSD with participants from both sides. And then committee comments continue thereafter. And what I heard out of that and early on after that is the issue is being defined as the choice is between saving lives at the Churchill grade crossing versus inconvenient delays for residents moving around the city on bikes, in cars, or on foot. And I don't believe this is the issue at all. I don't think it ever has been that issue. I mean, obviously, first stating the obvious, council is responsible for every square mile of the city and all 70,000-ish residents and all visitors to the city. But I think the issue that we're tasked to decide upon is how to optimize for public safety in this particular area under discussion for all people who pass through the area. So that's sort of my focus on this. And so the question becomes, will this area be safer with the closure of Churchill? So pertinent actions that Councilmember Byrd has already started to touch on. First and foremost, the city and PAUSD acted immediately after this last problem and funded these 24-hour crossing guards at all Palo Alto intersections funded together, which is new. And the last time this was done, there was no record of any track intrusions. Staff report pointed out that there'll be an additional 8,000 vehicle trips per day immediately from a Churchill closing. And those cars will siphon off to Embarcadero and Oregon and other streets as well. There's a count of at least 714 Pali bikers that also have to find a new way to school around this blockage and drive at least an extra mile on the street in front of the weapons that are out there called cars. And Embarcadero is not certified as a safe routes to school route. And the 2020 traffic study predicted the nearest 6 intersections to the blocked off Churchill would all be at grade F, called jammed conditions. That's 2020. And mitigation of these problems would cost over $50 million, again, in 2020 dollars, and take years. Also of note, we already have had a couple fatality a couple years ago near the fire station on Embarcadero. A student was killed on her bike by a car. I talked with her mother. I want to bring up, I think, an important consideration that we haven't talked about too much, but let's get real here. Every week as I drive around town, a lot of times actually on Embarcadero, I'm absolutely alarmed at the number of drivers that I see impatiently and illegally rushing around to get places faster, trying to get through the traffic faster. They increase speed to run yellow lights and even sometimes red lights, as I've been watching. They weave through traffic lanes, they cut through neighborhoods, and speed with complete disregard of public safety. In the last month, I've been in my car multiple situations like this that it could have caused a crash. And to put a point on it, I just want to give one example because it's just so stunning. Last week, I was proceeding on Embarcadero from Middlefield to El Camino past the Town and Country Shopping Center. I stopped at the red light. I was first in line at the red light with Town and Country on my left, another car on my right before the Town and Country entrance, and on my left was the left turn lane into the Pali parking lot. Suddenly, as I'm sitting here at the red light, a car blasts past me in the left turn lane, cuts right in front of me and the car next to me, and shoots into the Town and Country in a left-hand turn lane, past 2 cars that are stopped at a red stoplight, and goes into Town and Country. Had that red light changed a few seconds earlier, and I was starting out, I would have been crashed. Much worse. What about if there was a biker along the curb that was coming up on the right-hand side of the 2 cars that were stopped? That could have been an instant fatality right there. That's without 8,000 more weapons out there every day of additional cars. That behavior is irresponsible and it's illegal. But with that many more cars out there, vehicle trips, I believe that the probability that this will increase is 100%. And that translates to me of many, not just a few, crashes causing injury or death. Finally, as Councilmember Byrd said, I think there's a high probability that police and fire emergency vehicles will be delayed in congestion in getting to their destination and returning to hospital for care. Lives will be lost. Minutes matter in times like these. So bottom line, after much analysis myself, I believe that the area under study will be less safe with the closing of Churchill. And in addition, we are accelerating other train safety measures like we just discussed with quiet zones and no train horns. And the 24/7 grades at all Palo Alto crossings will provide a high probability, not foolproof, deterrent to more tragedy at Churchill and other crossings. So that's where I come out. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate the eloquent and thoughtful words of my colleagues who've already spoken. I want to begin by directly addressing the loved ones and friends of those who have died by suicide at the tracks. My heart goes out to you. I imagine my colleagues feel the same. I, too, remember dates and names and think about those people every single time I cross the tracks. As I'm lowering my window in my Jeep and shouting thank you to the track monitors, I'm thinking of specific people. And I know that's true for many people in our community. We are confronting a true health and safety crisis, probably one of the largest a community can face, which is the suicide of youth. We all care deeply about this. Everyone on this dais, every member of the staff, everyone, and there's so many people in our community, and we are all striving to do what's right when it comes to supporting our youth and frankly supporting people of any age who are in crisis around their mental health. We have to look at downstream, meaning means restriction when someone is considering ending their life, and upstream, all of the resources and supports that need to be in place to support positive, good mental health and wellness, as well as changing the culture. Regarding downstream, our data show that track monitors work as deterrents. So as I stated earlier tonight in our conversation around the budget, I believe we should continue to fund track monitors with our partners at the school district, hopefully sharing 50-50 henceforth for the foreseeable future until we have grade separation, because we know that track monitors work. There's an added piece here, the possibility of quiet zones. This notion that if we put certain structures in place, we demonstrate to Caltrain and the Federal Rail Administration that we have a safety mechanism in place such the engineer doesn't have to blow the horn. And the reason why we need quiet zones and need to accelerate quiet zones, which it sounds like this council and our staff are ready to support, is once we have the quiet zones, which sounds like will be fiscal 28, it will mean that we will all be free from the haunting sound of this train horn, which is a continual reminder of our tremendous and irreparable loss as a community. In terms of upstream, we've been told, and I believe it, that the Palo Alto Unified is second to none when it comes to expending resources on mental health supports. We also have engaged with JED as a city and a broader community. We've recently advocated for the restoration of county funding for Alcove. There are many, many more examples of what we are collectively doing to try to make it easier to be a young person in this magnificent town, to try to address these mental health issues in an upstream fashion. Before going into this, in February when we created our ad hoc, I didn't know about the XCAP work. I'd heard of it, but now I've had the chance to pore over it. We had a committee, XCAP, that looked at whether Churchill should be closed as a grade separation option. And they said, you can close it if you do about 10 or 12 things costing tens of millions of dollars over a decade. You may not close Churchill, they said, unless you make all of these mitigating changes to make the roads onto which these vehicles will be diverted, and bikes and peds as well. Until you make these roads safer, you may not consider closing Churchill. And once I allowed myself to appreciate the wisdom done, frankly, for a different purpose. We weren't in the context of youth suicide. We were talking about grade sep, which is something we are committed to doing and everyone on the corridor needs to do. Once I dug my teeth into that, I realized what they were basically telling us in our present context is, if you think this is a solution to save lives of youth, be careful. You may actually be creating a different type of disaster. Not inconvenience. I'm not here talking about anyone's inconvenience or getting anywhere late. I'm talking about the potential for collisions between children on bikes and on their feet, just trying to get a Palo Alto education, collisions between them and cars. I think that writing is on the wall. And I am desperately worried, I think we all should be, make a decision in furtherance of that, and those accidents begin to happen, and none of us will forgive ourselves. Given that forecast, I am deeply concerned about the closing of Churchill on a temporary basis. So my views have changed. My vote, based on all the input, I have been listening. My vote tonight is for what I truly believe is the way to keep our kids and the broader community safest, based on all the data we've received from the city's transportation department and public safety and public works and city manager staff, and from the Palo Alto Unified and JED and Caltrain, and from the hundreds of inputs we have received from members of the community who have made such an effort to let us know your opinion. Please don't read me wrong. I am not trading a death somewhere for a death somewhere else. I'm actually trying to vote in a manner that reduces the likelihood of a youth dying again for any reason in Palo Alto, with confidence that our track monitors work and that the trauma of the train horn will be eliminated soon, thanks to quiet zones.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I fully agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, so I'll keep my comments brief. There are so many challenges and uncertainties in how to evaluate this. We've tried to ask for the best data we can get on emergency vehicles, on safe routes to school, on the potential likelihood that TrackWatch could be effective in discouraging or otherwise reducing the likelihood of suicide. From the beginning, I told myself and the public that my decision would be purely based on reasonably foreseeable impact on life, on public health, and certainly not in any way based on convenience. And there is an element of this that strikes me like a trolley problem, where there is an uncertain risk of youth suicide, but also an uncertain and real risk of traffic collisions and of delayed ambulances and urgent public safety calls. Whenever I try to do the math in the back of my head, whenever I try to update the priors and sketch things out in a napkin, given the factors and the sketchy information we have right now, believe that that not pursuing a temporary closure is the right option for overall public health. Thank you.
Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, thank you. This actually is quite personal for me. I lost a good friend in college to suicide, and that was just an awful, awful experience. I don't want anyone to go through that. And closing Churchill now would provide comfort to the people in the community that are grieving, and that would be a good thing. But I really have safety concerns, like other people have mentioned, about this. And so pedestrian safety, we're putting thousands of cars now. They have to go somewhere, and a lot of them are going to be going through residential neighborhoods, and those residential neighborhoods are not designed for this type of traffic. And pedestrian safety is also personal. My mother was in her 60s, and she was crossing the crosswalk, and someone was in a hurry and hit her. And there's no broken bones, relatively minor injuries, but those injuries nagged her the rest of her life, made her much less mobile, and really tarnished her golden years. And that was all just because one driver wasn't paying attention. And we're going to be putting thousands through these neighborhoods. And so I really think that I thought the trolley problem was a good analogy, is that we have to look at the whole situation and not just put our eyes just on the Churchill crossing. One comment that we've heard is that If we close Churchill, that will tell our youth that we care about them. But what does putting thousands of cars through a residential area tell the youth that are biking through that neighborhood? So I think we have to, again, look at the big picture about this. The clerk, can you bring up the document? Jed has a document that I sent to the clerk, page 3. And in this, Jed looks at, if you're now trying to minimize suicides, what approaches do you have to look at? And we're looking at mean safety. We have the guards there, and they're not perfect, but we also know that fences are not perfect. We're addressing this mean safety, but there's other issues. Yeah, can you zoom in and make it wider? And so there's 7 different, zoom in here, 7 different aspects to go after. And we as a community can't get so focused on the mean safety. There's other aspects. And a lot of those aspects are much, much harder. And so I think we cannot get distracted by the mean safety and lose the big picture, is that we have to address all of these if we are trying to minimize suicides. And so I think that's the challenge that we have here, is we only have a certain amount of dollars, as you heard an hour ago. Our budget is tight. How do we best spend this? And closing Churchill would cost us $1 million+. And if we had the $1 million+ to put into suicide reduction, this suggests that mean safety is not where you want to put it. We've already addressed that. We have 6 other areas that are much harder and that we much better spending our money. So I will not support closing Churchill right now.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think personally, this is the most challenging issue that's come to the council in my 6 years here. Addressing teen suicide is literally the whole reason why I entered public service in the first place. Like Councilmember Rectal, I lost a close friend to suicide, a former Pally student. He took his life a few years after we graduated. Wasn't at the tracks. It was after we had graduated, so it didn't get reported as a cluster, but that really fundamentally kind of changed my own life trajectory. I was always wondering, what red flags did I miss? What more could I have done to be able to make a difference? It's why I sought appointment to the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission at such a young age. It's why I became the liaison to Project Safety Net at that time, why I ultimately ran for council, probably a big reason why I switched careers from being an attorney to being a teacher. It's why when I was mayor, I formed the Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing Task Force and appreciated all the support from my colleagues and the community on that, and created a lot of incredible relationships, such as the Jed Foundation and Children's Health Council, Palo Alto University, and countless community members. I mean, so much good came out of that. Thank you, Councilman Lithcott-Hames, for all your work on that committee as well. But I've found doing this work for so long has revealed to me the hard truth when it comes to mental health, that our successes are invisible, right? We'll never know how many lives we save, but our failures are not. And we feel them every time we lose another young life, and we've lost far too many young lives in this city. And so I appreciate the mayor's quick response in forming the rail safety ad hoc. I was really glad to be able to be part of it. And I'll admit, and Julie, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, I felt exactly what you articulated during your comments. I think I've always really prided myself in entering any issue that comes before the council, trying to view it really objectively and trying to hear both sides out and to reach that conclusion based on the facts, based on the data. I found I really came into that ad hoc with a clear direction in my own mind that closure was the right thing. And I found myself with this confirmation bias of every presentation, every set of data that was presented to us. I was trying to look for evidence to support an argument for closure. And every time information came out, whether it was from the police department, the fire department, transportation, emergency services, really anywhere, I think the direction was was sort of how you felt, that that was clearly not the right path. And I think I wanted that because it felt easy. It felt nice to be able to have one fix to point to say, hey, we can address this. But that's another hard lesson that I've learned, that there's no single cause of these mental health issues, no one cause that drives somebody to end their life, and there's no one solution to be able to address it. And if I truly felt at this point that closing Churchill would save even one life, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But my fear is that by doing so would create an even greater public health risk. And as elected leaders, we have the responsibility to make decisions based on the data and facts. And I think the facts are increasingly clear that closure is not the way to move forward. I appreciate everything that has already been said on really the reasons why, so I won't repeat it. I think ultimately for me, it comes down to the public health issue, the risks to the public, mostly articulated by fire and police at our last meetings. Thank you to the two chiefs for presenting last time and being here tonight. Concerned about the impacts on first response time. Really concerned about the additional risk of serious accidents to the 700+ students who bike to Pali every day, and what these changes to these traffic patterns would mean. JED is working on a more comprehensive community-wide evaluation of suicide prevention and postvention efforts, and we've heard they'll be releasing that report near the end of June and sharing policy recommendations later this year. I thought the one-pager was really helpful that they provided, the update they gave us tonight as well. One part from that memo that notes, from the JED memo, it would be most prudent for prevention efforts to be comprehensive, addressing the leading methods while also implementing targeted strategies at pedestrian rail crossings. I think it'd be great to be able to better understand what those targeted strategies are, and for us to be able to then kind of internalize those into the more kind of a holistic approach that we continue to take as a city. So overall, this decision to temporarily close any of our crossings, I think, just comes down to how confident we are that our current solution of 24/7 crossing guards is sufficient to prevent further deaths at the tracks. And as we've all said, the data shows they are. We had crossing guards between 2009 to 2018, and available records show that no fatalities occurred while those guards were present. And I think we should be making these consequential decisions based on data. So unfortunately, nothing is foolproof, but the guards are working, and the risks to the community, both known and unknown, are just too great to close. So for those reasons, I'll be voting to keep Churchill open. And I do have a draft motion that I provided to the clerk, if she could present that. The motion, I'll read it, is to direct staff to explore options for a long-term rail crossing guard contract and engage PAUSD through the City School Liaison Committee regarding a potential long-term cost-sharing agreement. Direct the JED Foundation, as part of its 2026 deliverables, to return to the Rail Ad Hoc Committee with targeted recommendations and evidence-based strategies to address safety risks at all 4 rail crossings and authorize any budget adjustments necessary to achieve those deliverables, and direct staff to prioritize and expedite implementation of quiet zones at all 4 rail crossings, with particular emphasis on accelerating the Churchill Avenue crossing quiet zone.
I'll second.
Thank you. And I don't think I need to speak further to the motion.
Well, I'll combine my comments in speaking to the second. I'll just say, I think that as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames said, we've all been affected by suicide in one manner or another, and we all care deeply about preventing suicides in our city and in our community. When I was a child, I shared a birthday with the son of the youth choir director at church. And I remember as we got a little older, we ended up at the DMV on the same day to get our licenses, because of course we were both eligible on the same day. And he told me to be safe out there. And a couple of years later, we had lost him when he died by suicide. And that affected me deeply. Felt a kinship with him, and that was gone. My older daughter was in high school at Pali when the first cluster happened, and my younger daughter was in high school at Pali when the second cluster happened. I didn't have the heart to tell them about the third. It was too painful. Yet I know it pales in comparison to the pain of the families who have lost loved ones. So, but I agree with Councilmember Lowing that our obligation is to optimize for public safety and to balance the risks to all in our community by whatever solution we consider. Councilmember Lowing, you talked about cars misbehaving and told that scary story. Also, kids and bikes and pedestrians misbehave, and my husband and I trade stories on almost a daily basis about, near misses where we almost struck someone but for trying to drive very defensively in this town. And I worry that decisions like closing that crossing could exacerbate some of this unsafe behavior and safety risks by changing routes and crowding bikes and pedestrians, let alone the other ripple effects that my colleagues have enumerated that could happen. On the other hand, Kurt from the Jed Foundation said that spots on the railway do constitute suicide hotspots, and that status does make restricting access either by grade separation or enclosure an appropriate response that will pay for itself in the long run. So balancing these is very difficult, and I agree with the Vice Mayor's motion. However, I'm also concerned about our community, about our city after this decision, and how we repair the divides or rifts or difficult feelings that may result from a decision, this decision to leave the tracks open without an enclosure, although we're taking all of these other means which have been effective in the past and we hope will continue to be so. So I would offer a friendly amendment to paragraph 3, that the one about the quiet zones, that we also explore the rolling gates option that I mentioned last time in addition to the quad gates, because it might allow us to have our cake and eat it too. Just to refresh us, these gates go across the track when there is no train, and so they form an enclosure and keep people off the tracks. But when a train comes, they sweep outward and close the crossing completely in all directions with essentially a fence that is not porous and prevents access to the tracks. So it would make the crossings safer and enhance our case for a quiet zone, because I agree that avoiding re-traumatizing the students at Pali, the neighbors, and all within earshot would be a good thing. So I would just ask the maker if we could add that in to paragraph C.
Sorry, what was in the language?
So with particular,
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, explore.
And to explore
Yes.
rolling gate options in addition to quad gates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
It may not work. There's a million reasons it might not, but if that is explored and we could do it, we might be able to have a replicable solution that might enhance the result.
and maybe do you want, I mean, to explore rolling gates, and I don't know if there's something else that we could add to, if there are other options that would kind of achieve that goal that's not exactly rolling gates?
Yes. Are other options for enhanced enclosure?
Works for me.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Thank you. Before we vote, I just want to acknowledge that our colleagues from Caltrain are here, and we're so grateful for your partnership. I see Navi, I see Jerry. I can't necessarily see everyone beyond this monitor, but to you and your colleagues who are as impacted by this crisis as we are, we thank you for the way you've partnered with us for a long time, and particularly since February, there's been a degree of concerted effort and care. Just the fact that you show up for all these meetings, it really means a lot to us. And I am incredibly moved when I see the track monitors putting up their hands, you know, to the, when the engineers drive through. You know, we're all in this together. And I just want to acknowledge, we don't know what it's like to be the engineer. We don't know what it's like for you all to get the news. And thank you for showing up for us. And I have a lot of confidence in what we will continue to do together.
And that makes me want to add a similar thank you to our first responders here in the city who have to deal with this in a very personal and challenging way. So we are incredibly grateful for them. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I had just wanted to address the amendment. I think it's better now with this additional language. I appreciate that the enthusiasm over a particular design that, but I think we don't want to try to engineer the outcome from the dais. There are a number of possible improvements to security at the crossings, which Caltrain is continuing to pursue right now. These rolling gates, I think, it's intriguing, but not necessarily robust, and as a result, it doesn't appear like it has been propagated beyond one intersection some time ago. If that worked, great, but I think that the real focus is, I would simply say, rather than enhance enclosure, enhance security at the crossings. It doesn't, and we don't have to say in addition to the quad gates, we don't have to reference rolling gates. It's just give that direction to an open-ended set of pursuits on whatever may make those crossings safer and more secure.
At the appropriate time, Mayor, I'd like to comment.
Yeah, I would like to hear from you. Let me just, if I may, Mr. Mover. Yeah, I do think that the language could be better. I had not wordsmithed that. I think it could be because it doesn't even, I'm actually hoping they wouldn't be rolling. That's just what those were called. They're actually still they're still functioning outside Dublin. I hope to see them in a couple weeks when I'm there. But I guess the point was, I would hope we could just do it with gates that would move and not roll. And I do want to hear what the city manager is going to say, but I guess the idea is that we explore gate options for, because the idea is to try to enclose even though we may not. Maybe we should say for enhanced enclosure or safety.
It's just suggesting enhanced security measures, and it's even broader than gates.
We could, or safety measures, is that what you want there? I want the word enclosure in there somewhere because I think there's a possibility that we can do that, and if we could, how magnificent would that be if we could do both things? We might not be able to.
Well, enhanced security measures includes that possibility, but it doesn't predetermine it.
I just want that to be something that is expressly explored. So, however, so Mr. Maker, what do you?
I'm fine with what's on the screen now.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. Perhaps just a couple of clarifications or confirmations of our understanding. As it relates to that amendment, I'm sure the council can understand that exploring any options can take away from the critical path of really trying to get to implementation of the quiet zone. So would it be accurate to say that we wouldn't want any exploration to not interfere with the timeframe for implementation, or, again, really with our primary focus being implementation of the quiet zones as quickly as possible, just to ensure that we don't, again, paralysis by analysis would be what we would certainly want to avoid. On section B, the reference to the rail ad hoc committee, I think we assume that to be the rail committee, not the rail safety ad hoc committee that was established for in direct response to this crisis, if that's accurate. And again, the reference to authorizing any budget adjustments, presumably all of that would need to come back to the City Council for approval, since we don't know what those budget adjustments would be at this point.
Thank you. I hate to put them on the spot, but I don't know if Caltrain, I sent you a note over the weekend, way too late to expect much of anything, but do you have any thoughts on the timing of the quiet zone exploration if we were to look at more than just the quad gates option? If so, I'd be happy to invite you to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Garcino. I'm the Chief Safety Officer at Caltrain. If it's okay, I'll just, this is my first time before this council.
Welcome.
Thank you. I have to applaud everybody's efforts here. It's, not the easiest thing. I started with Caltrain in January 2026. I come from the East Coast. I was born and raised in Philadelphia. I worked for SEPTA in Philadelphia for over 20 years. I oversaw their bus and rail system, which was commuter rail, and I had the great opportunity to be in DC for 5.5 years and then come to this, great organization, Caltrain, work with everybody here. I did see your email over the weekend, and, there's, as for a time frame, I think, it's very tough to look at this right now. I think we're doing a great job with the city of Palo Alto to accelerate these quiet zones, but adding something in with the FRA coordination and the CPUC, there's a possibility you could actually delay things. But we certainly, please.
I'm assuming it would add some bolus of time. I just don't know whether it would be 10% or 100%. And I know you can't know, but if you had any kind of way to help us think about it.
We're going to introduce some of these initiatives which are very thoughtful and things like that. You have to do a safety assessment, a whole risk and hazard assessment on these particular quad gates that we're talking about, which possibly could delay this quiet zone implementation. Now, from what I heard tonight, we want these quiet zones to be implemented in, fiscal year 2027, I heard. But I would like to add in for the council that we've adopted a CROW strategy in February of this year that has different initiatives on every railroad crossing on our corridor to make it safer and look at other opportunities as well. And as the JED Foundation also mentioned, speaking with them as well, looking at CCTV systems for enhancements as well. So we're looking at different things. I understand where we're trying to go, but there's just many things that are unknown at this particular time. And I just want to bring that to the council's attention.
Since this is addressing all 4 rail crossings, but I assume that they're each individually assessed. Is that right? Like each quiet zone is individually, because like here we're talking about accelerating Churchill. So we could actually accelerate Churchill as fast as possible and then look at the other options on the other crossings, or at least one other to explore this. So, because I guess what I'm saying is then it wouldn't delay this at all, right? Because I assume we're not doing it as all four at once, is that right? I mean, you know what I'm saying, the same we need not put in the exact same application for all four.
If I could, again, to your earlier council discussion, I think the objective and the direction is to enable the evaluation of options and not prescribe a particular one. I think if the council does want to prescribe a particular one, quite frankly, we've heard concerns about the ability to implement the particular concept on a high-speed crossing, and as such, I have to tell you, how much time we will spend evaluating that option could very likely delay our implementation.
I'm afraid you may not be hearing me exactly what I was trying to say. Maybe you were. I guess what I'm saying is not to do anything different than what was already planned at the Churchill one, because that's where we want to accelerate the most, and then look at other options. I think that, especially if we're going to iterate this 4 times, to not optimize it does not seem appropriate to me. And so, but what I'm trying to say is if there's, great interest in accelerating at Churchill, I will stand down on looking at what I think could be optimal, because I'm getting a sense from my colleagues they want to go fast, but I would think that we would want to explore optimization before we iterated it 4 times. Councilmember Rickdahl.
Yeah, well, if you ask my neighborhood, they're going to say accelerate Charleston as quickly as possible. Right? All the neighbors up and down hate the horn, and so I think we need to go as fast as we can. So I would break C into 2. One is we want to go as fast as possible, but then without slowing it down, look at these other safety enhancements. Can we do something that's even better? But I don't think we want to slow down at all, because I think the odds of railroads accepting new technology is really slim. And so I'd rather be a realist and get the quiet zones in as quickly as we possibly can, and then in parallel, in the background, be looking at, is there a better way of doing that? Because that's going to be a long-term process. And the other thing is that I would say, so on the last bullet, we talked about Churchill. I think we want to accelerate it on all crossings. But also, I think we want to not have staff only, but staff and rail committee on C. Include rail committee in that also.
C went away, so I think you mean B?
C, staff and rail committee. Do you accept that friendly amendment?
That's fine.
Yes.
Okay. And I agree with the city manager. As written, it looks like we are willing to take some chances with new technology, and I would prefer to say, break that into 2. One is, or change the wording, because we really want to make it clear, we want quiet zones as quickly as possible.
Okay, after zone. Yeah, I'm fine then dropping, so move after zone, drop and to explore gates to part D.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that too, and I'll just say that I'm hoping we can do that relatively expeditiously without a huge re-engineering. There might be more. I don't know that we've looked into it at all. It may be, and there may be other reasons it's a non-starter if the FRA or others don't want things across their tracks. I fully realize that, but I just think that given our history here, that it's important we try to do the best thing we can. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, so I think we still have some ambiguity here in D. where it says, in addition to quiet zones, it's not clear whether this motion is saying to combine that at the outset with what's necessary for a quiet zone versus to explore this in parallel. And these measures, I think the reality is, if we have other enhanced safety measures, they may follow the quiet zone as opposed to being able to be done simultaneously, because the FRA and the CPUC, as Jerry had indicated, they are not easily convinced to adopt new unproven technologies that haven't been done in the US. And so if we simply say, explore, it says gate options, but I really think we want to have a broader direction here. It's enhanced security for the grade crossings of a range of technologies, which would include gates and the one design that you had identified. So I think we want to be clear in what we're adding here. I am someone who very much wants to continue to pursue advanced security measures. Oh, and the other thing is it really needs to be in collaboration with Caltrain. This is going to be mostly a Caltrain task, who will work in collaboration with us. We're not going to have the city resources and the expertise to come up with a new innovative best technology for grade crossings.
If I might reiterate that, this is very consistent with the work that Caltrain has been doing really for the last several years in particular, but certainly over the last several months in cooperation with the city.
Yeah, that's great. I guess the thing is, I happened to find one that was in Ireland. I don't know if there was one in Milwaukee, or Texas. I just don't know, because I'm not a train expert, and I don't think we've scratched the surface to know. It might be unproven, it might be inappropriate, it might be proven next door in Nevada. I have no idea. So I think we can't really make any presumption until we start down that path. And I would just like us, because of all the reasons that I mentioned, one, enhanced safety, but also I think the community, when we talked earlier about they know we're hearing them, we're doing now what we think is best now, balancing out the various public safety concerns. What we would be doing here, though, is still trying to optimize to reduce this problem in our midst. And I guess I just don't want it on some slow boat where we do get into this analysis paralysis. So, I mean, I'm okay with this language. It's not, as written, part of the quiet zone analysis, so it is separate. But I just urge us to try to find the wherewithal to optimize this as much as possible, because none of us want to be talking about this again.
Well, I want to offer an amendment that is on D, says, in collaboration with Caltrain, explore enhanced security measures at grade crossings. That's inclusive of the particular gate design that you had seen, but it is open to whatever they may be. As you stated, we don't have a comprehensive analysis, but I can tell you that from my knowledge, Britain has technologies that are called screens that go down with gates that are very intriguing. There's this one in Ireland that you have seen, but there's not a myriad of these, and we just want them. We want to survey what's available and pursue whether additional technologies may be able to be developed in response to Caltrain saying we have 40 crossings for a manufacturer that would engineer a better technology. So I just want to make sure that it is not at the outset, one, implying that it's our city staff who's going to be the lead. And second, that we've kind of have a preconception of what technology we may, or technologies we may pursue.
Would it be fine instead of going through to do explore gates or other options? Oh, it seems to.
That's fine.
Okay. Is that fine?
In collaboration with Caltrain as the outset.
That'd be fine.
Sentence.
I'm fine, in fact, I like in collaboration with Caltrain. I just want the word enclosure in there, because this is the one thing that I do not see in any other one that anyone has proposed, and there may be other ways to do that, but the things that go up and down, this just is always enclosed. It's just the dangerous part of the tracks is always enclosed, and I just want to make sure we have that concept, so somewhere in there, if we keep that word, then I will second it.
To explore gates or other options in collaboration with Caltrain for.
Oh, it's under the.
There.
Oh, it's out there.
For enhanced enclosure or safety measures in addition to the quad gates.
But we got to get in collaboration with oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, and sorry to get clarity, because I see Rail Ad Hoc Committee highlighted. I assume that is intended. My understanding is that the Rail Safety Ad Hoc Committee has completed its work. It is, so that is intended to go to the actual Rail Committee. Perfect.
Okay, seeing no further lights. Going once. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Well, that concludes our action items, other than now we must go to our closed session item, which I have to find on my agenda. Where'd it go? Oh. So this is item 3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No request to speak and no hands are raised on Zoom for closed session item 3.
Okay. Then may I have a motion to move into closed session?
I move we move into closed session.
Second.
Thank you. You take a vote?
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing? Oh, sorry. Oh, my goodness. Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. We will recess into closed session now. Yes. All right, we're going to reconvene at 9:18, and first we will report out from tonight's closed session. The City Council authorized the city attorney by a vote of 7-0 to enter into a settlement agreement and pay $85,000 to resolve the claims against the city in Ann Kramer versus City of Palo Alto, Santa Clara County Superior Court Case Number 25 CV 461517. I also want to report out that on May 4th, the City Council, May 4th, 2026, the City Council authorized the city attorney by a vote of 7-0 to enter into a settlement agreement to establish a process for consideration of an alternative to the proposed builder's remedy development project at 156 North California Avenue. The settlement agreement was finalized on May 7th. That is the end of our closed session items. Mr. City Attorney, do you have comment?
I don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. And so I think the only thing left to do is to adjourn. All right. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.